How's this location? It's almost, I mean, I can make it more symmetric. I think the human eyes, universally, it's not just me, right? We love symmetry. We like to see things that are the same on both sides. Our eyes just like that. It's a strange, natural affinity that humans have. But I've taken, I don't know, 500,000 pictures of tourists for them. And in all of that, I figured out that, you know, a picture basically really looks good when there's some symmetry in it. So you see that in a lot of people's podcasts and whatnot, and it makes sense. Anyway, hey, welcome to my channel, All Good Things and All Good Time, where we're just building on the 20 kinds of content we got. And when I say we, I mean me. I'm a team of one. I mean, it would be nice if, you know, I someday had a friend that was helpful, or a kid, or a family member, but it's all good. I do have friends that are helpful financially, and that has been a game changer in my life. Thank you very much. Cheers to you. We got a lot to cover today. It's a pretty big day. Yesterday was a big day. Of course, summer has begun, so that's exciting. By the way, it is early here. I'm going to try to start doing these at 3:34, which is 9:30, 10 East Coast time. And then all the way across the country, it would be like a morning show. But basically, I want to go to bed at like 8 or 9 and wake up at, you know, 4. And with 8 hours and have a productive day. My sleep habits haven't been perfect, and my problem is I've been waking up at 12 or 2, and which is just too soon. I'm not fully rested, and so anyway, but it's all good. My brains have been scrambled. They're still pretty scrambled, I tell you what. But that's the nature of you know, watching your town burn down. Cheers to you. Man, so much going on, so much to talk about. I just watched Jasmine Crockett. Man, I wish she'd run for president. She's everything. She's brilliant, she's beautiful, she takes no shit. Oh, it just had to hurt so bad. And I don't normally ever take pleasure in someone else's pain. But when it's someone who bullies need to be made fun of, and they need to be bullied back. It's so sad seeing these idiots. But anyway, Majora Trader Scream had to watch the whole country just laughing at her on Jimmy Kimmel. I don't even usually care that much about Jimmy Kimmel's interviews. I just want to see his monologue every night. It's the best. One of the best things about YouTube is you can watch all the monologues you want. I like to watch Jimmy first, maybe Seth Meyers, and then maybe Stephen Colbert. Yeah, I don't bother with Jimmy Fallon. It's funny, his numbers reflected too. It'd be like 700,000 views at the Jimmy Kimmel one, at, you know, 6 hours later, and then there'll be like 95,000 views for Jimmy Fallon. Poor guy. And he has to look at that. It's just like in your face every day. Not that there's anything wrong with having 100,000 viewers in your first 7 hours, but all the competition is doing 600,000 or 700,000 in that time frame. So it's interesting. My goodness, oh man, there are so many beautiful pools on this island. Public pools open all day, all year, every day, Sundays included, Mondays, you know, every day, unless it's a holiday or there's lightning or whatever, or there's like, you know, whatever. Anyway, and I have only been to 2 of the pools. Lahaina pool, which burned down, even though it's hard to imagine a pool burning down, it did, and because it needs support. And Kihei, which is beautiful. I actually made a video from there. It was seen by a few thousand people. So, but there are several others, right? And I swam in the Sakamoto pool on the other side, and I gotta show you this pool. Oh, and it's an old pool, which I just love. Just there's something special about old pools, you know. And the millions of miles that have been, you know, swam in this pool. It's 50-meter pool, but they're like underwater. The plaster's coming off in some spots, and the stands are rusting because it was built like 100 years ago. But it's 50 meters. Holy shit! It's so different than this tiny little pool here. The one benefit of a tiny little pool is all the turns are their own exercise, right? You get a little ab work done when you're doing more turns. Nevertheless, you really realize how slow you are when you're in a 50-meter pool. And I am slow right now compared to, you know, my past. So one of the things, I've been studying a lot of things, you know, on YouTube, listening to the doctors and the professionals. But apparently, something I've recently learned about, always learning something new. One of those things is that when you get to be my age, apparently, your heart starts to harden and shrink. Not what you want. And they've done studies recently proving certain things, that you can reinvigorate your heart, re-youthify your heart, make it young again, and slow that process, or prevent it, or stop it altogether. I don't know. With one thing, right? There's no shortcuts, of course, to anything in life, and turns out that you could exercise rigorously for 1 whole year, and that won't be enough. That won't do a thing, okay? But if you work out rigorously for 2 years, 2 solid years, like 4 days a week, ultimately with some resistance training, and I don't know, they've got their own little workout that they say is what you're supposed to do, whatever. Just work out, you know, and when you get in some shape, start pushing yourself a little bit, and you know, basically get to a point where you're giving yourself pretty hard workouts. But of course, you can't do that overnight, because you might get a darn heart attack. It's not funny. So I've decided, including trying to eat cruciferous vegetables containing sulforaphane, and consume MTC in the form of coconut oil and chia seeds. Coconut oil and goat cheese, maybe goat milk. And then omega-3s, because those are proven, which are in chia seeds and walnuts and salmon and ahi tuna. And I guess the guy at the store said grass-fed beef. Anyway, I gotta look into all the sources of omega-3. I don't take supplements. That's not gonna happen. So, yeah, because I eat food. I eat healthy food, so why would I take supplements? It makes no sense. And I don't think my kidneys and my liver want me to be freaking shoving vitamins through them. So, Think about being really gentle on your liver and kidneys. And yes, all right. So yeah, yesterday, man, I found this 50-meter pool. I didn't realize it was a 50-meter pool. There were 4 people in it. There were 3 lifeguards there. I'm just saying, it is a dream come true if you're a swimmer. And if you want to freaking train when you come to Maui on vacation, this is the place to come on vacation. There's no better place to train if you're, a swimmer training for any, triathlon or swim meet. If you're, on a college team or a high school team, or you're a little kid and you're swimming in your summer league, or you're one of those all year round swimmer kids. You come on vacation here and train all you want. Of course you can swim in the ocean, but it's a little freaky if you do miles and miles. There's no walls in the ocean. It's like, are there sharks out there? That's one of my favorite questions. Are there sharks out there? Well, Mr. Tourist, that's the ocean. Where do sharks live? The sharks live in the ocean. So maybe, right? You never know what shark will be where. Anyway, I did. Oh, and that's something I just learned something all about. I can't believe I lived here. What have I lived here? 27 years almost. And I didn't know this, okay? And they have figured this out. They've tagged tiger sharks and et cetera, and watched their migratory patterns. And they're generally lone wolves. They just go wherever they want and whenever they want, seemingly randomly, except for, I guess, in January. They all converge on Oluwalu, which makes a lot of sense. That's where a woman was eaten like 30 years ago. A woman was eaten there, and then I think they went on a rampage killing tiger sharks after that for a little while, and then they realized that tiger sharks eat the reef sharks, which is important, and when you don't eat enough reef sharks, then there's too many reef sharks and all the fish die on the reefs. They eat them all. Anyway, there's a balance out there. And so, fascinating those. And then there were these brave women. Oh my God, why are the women just the bravest people in the world right now? Seriously, all these women who are doing all the work for democracy against a bunch of tyrannical men. It's amazing. That woman that got the recording from Justice Alito. Oh, what a brave woman. The women that used to work for Trump that spoke up and told the truth in the Jan 6 hearings. Oh, that Blasey Ford lady. Brave women. Holy crap. It's amazing. Cheers to you. Women are going to take America back. And the whole world, man. A woman just won for president in Mexico. I'm telling you, this is so cool because so far, all the things I've been talking about have been turning out to be true. So let's hope that continues, right? I was saying Joe Biden should legalize weed, and then he did. Oh, and the best one ever, because, this has been obvious to me for 25 years. Like, every day for 25 years. Why would anyone send their kid to school with the phone? How could that ever promote any learning? How could any school be stupid enough to permit freaking cell phones? Just like any employer. How could any employer be dumb? You want to increase productivity 25% in your company? 50%? Don't let anybody bring their cell phone to work. Anyway, same thing in school. So, just recently, on my little podcasty thingy here, I explained that the obvious truth, while all these idiots are bantering about, just morons talking about warnings or controls. Just remove the phone from the school. Duh. Alright, well, what just happened? Oh yeah. Los Angeles school system just decided they're going to ban cell phones from schools. Thank God, finally, some school system somewhere finally got a clue. Oh my God. Yeah, suck it. No one needs that kind of contact. If your kid has an emergency, they can go to the office and call you from the office. If you have an emergency, you can call the office and have them send somebody out to get your kid out of class or pass a message on to them. That's how we used to do it. That's how it can keep going on forever. We never need to change that system. Holy crap. Just, I got to talk to my mom all day, every day. Whatever. Anyway, the only exception should be if, your spouse is pregnant. You need to know what's going on after the, 6th month, 7th month. So, that's cool. But really, it's just logic. It's rational thinking. It's deductive reasoning. It's critical thinking, right? It's so easy to read the tea leaves. Anyway. So, that's all good. Shoots. And let's hope that continues. And, God. And it sucks if you aren't the moron, right, at work that's on their phone, right? Because if you're on your phone, you're not working, serving your guests, your customers, or your coworkers. You're not helping anybody. You're just selfish. Anyway, and it's bad for you. God, these things are radioactive. Phones are radioactive. When they're pressed against the skin, you get cancer from that. Remember 25 years ago, there was all this talk about how everyone's getting cancer on the right side of their head because that's where they shove the cell phone against their ear. And when they do all the measurements and the testing, and if you read the little booklet that tells you about the exact levels of radiation that your phone is emitting, it measures all that this far away from your ear, right? And nobody holds the phone that far away from their ear. They press it against their ear. So, and at that level, or at that closeness, the readings are off the charts. So, let's talk about business. Business news. Stock market's up. Looks like the trading range is probably between 40,000 and 37,000 right now. That's probably where it's going to stay for a little while until it breaks out of it. The stock market's high. Everyone's 401k is higher than it's ever been. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's funny because dipshit, douchebag, jackass trader would be talking about how he's responsible for everyone's 401ks being up. You haven't heard Joe Biden brag about that at all. Anyway, he could be. Maybe he should be. In my lifetime, there have been 4 complete fuck-ups in our economy and in the stock market. Well, maybe 5. I need to go back. Someday I'll go back into the 70s, but starting in the 80s, okay, there were 4 huge economic debacles in our country, okay? From 86 to 91 was the savings and loan crisis, where most of the savings and loans went out of business because of, and that all started under Ronald Reagan, okay, Republican. And that really drove the stock market down and the economy down, and it took time. In the old days, it took forever for our economy to get back on its feet. Somehow we just nimbly put it squarely back on its feet, and that was amazing, considering how long through the 70s it took to get, inflation down, unemployment down, interest rates down. Anyway, so there was a savings and loan crisis, the dot-com bust, the real estate bust, and then dipshit Donald, the COVID, right? The Donald Trump 11,000 point drop. And it's funny because every single one of those, let's see, 2001, 2002, under George Bush. 2007, 2008, under George Bush. So Republican. Donald Trump, Republican, destroys the stock market. Ronald Reagan, savings and loan crisis. So I grew up a Republican. Okay, I grew up believing all their lies. Small government, and small government needs its own quick, explanation, right? Like, so when Republicans talk about small government, they're referring to one of the most sacred aspects of our country. Our country, most important person in American history is never talked about. It's a guy named Adam Smith, wrote a book called The Wealth of Nations, and that's the book we based our entire economic system on. Never done before in this manner, right? Free markets, baby. And in this book, that's what it suggested, right? You see, because what had happened previously is there had been a lot of efforts to try to control markets, okay? Feudalism. Anyway, what happens is during feudalism in cities, we have a natural propensity to buy and sell things for a profit. It's part of human behavior. And at some point, economic philosophers realized that. And realize that people all their actions represent something you can chart on a graph. That's how we got our supply and our demand graphs. Okay, now, and the basic assumption that our country ran on until the early 30s was that if markets are left alone through competition, people's effort to try to do something with better quality at a better price to beat their competition, this will bring the best out in us, and it will drive us towards our greatest production possibilities, right? Our greatest potential will be realized if we have free markets that are uninfringed upon, right? And regulation of markets or of things is sort of the opposite of free markets, right? And so that's why, in general, Republicans like to claim that what they're doing, like when they want to get rid of environmental regulation, it all just has to do with this philosophy of theirs of, less government, small government. But less government and small government is fine and good, with some obvious few exceptions, like not at the expense of clean air and clean water. We don't want people profiting while they're poisoning an entire community. I mean, I struggle to understand like the mindset of the executives in the Minnesota town where 3M is based, where they poison their entire community, right? These people have kids there. Those kids are going to school with other kids. Everyone's poisoned by the PFAS chemicals that they've put into their community. Meanwhile, 3M employs everybody, and they sponsor everything and pay for great everything in town, and everyone loves 3M. But look, 3M is three things, right? It's mining, manufacturing, etc. What is it? Metals, mining, and manufacturing, or whatever. It's a lot of shit. They don't have to make PFAS chemicals, in other words. They could stick to mining and manufacturing of all kinds of things and never have to make PFAS chemicals. But they choose to, and they did. So did DuPont, and they knowingly have just poisoned entire communities and the globe now, okay, as well. And I just can't imagine like being such a, like, you have to want to destroy the world and your country in the meantime and your community. How could anyone want to do that or be okay with it? Anyway, and that's so So that's free markets, right? And so when Republicans, dipshit Republicans, started talking about tariffs, tariffs are the opposite of the whole Republican mantra. The whole national mantra, our entire existence has been free markets, free markets. The antithesis of that is tariffs. And that's why we've let people put tariffs on our stuff and we haven't always put it on theirs, because we have this philosophy. And it's real simple. The idea is, right, that what you're good at, you should produce. Right? If you're great at making bananas, make bananas. And sell those to somebody who's really good at making computers. And take the money you earn from your bananas and buy your computers. And they take the money they make selling computers, they buy your bananas, and everyone's richer. It's the invisible hand theory. This is what our country's based on. Right? In a small town, there's the bread baker baking bread for his self-interests. Right? But it serves the whole community. And he takes the money he makes selling bread and he goes down the street and he buys shoes from the guy making shoes, right? And the guy making shoes make a profit from the guy making bread. He takes the money he makes by selling shoes and he goes and he buys bread with it. Okay? That's the invisible hand theory, and those are the basic tenets of our entire system here in the United States of America. Okay? And so it's a this versus that. It's free markets versus any and all forms of infringements or regulation or tariffs, right? So, and there's examples of countries that put tariffs, protectionist, which is called protectionism, on other countries, and then they ended up folding over time from that effort. I think Spain is the example there. Anyway. So that's free markets and laissez-faire, hands off. The French term, laissez-faire economics. That's what our system's based on. And it turns out that generally works. But sometimes things contract based on variables out of your control. And in the 30s, we'd had a depression for a couple of years. And this guy named John Maynard Keynes, an economic philosopher. Again, economic philosophers have had a greater impact on your life and my life than any other people in human history. We never talk about them. So John Maynard Keynes said, hey, you could get a credit card and borrow a little bit of money and then inject that into the economy and stimulate the economy. See, the thing is, when a dollar is earned in the United States, 80% of that it's taxed, right? And then 80% of that dollar is spent again, and that's taxed. And then 80% of that dollar is spent again, and that's taxed. It's called the multiplier effect, right? And so a dollar can turn into many, many, many more dollars and many, many more tax dollars in and throughout our economy, and that's the beauty of the multiplier effect. This is basic economics. This is what we should be teaching kids in first grade. Anyway, so that's the interesting thing. While we hear all these Republicans want to control this and control that, the basic philosophy the Republicans like to claim to have as core tenets in their philosophy is laissez-faire economics. So you'll hear that shit. That's what it's all about. And it's interesting. Anyway. So much going on. So much to talk about. Cheers. Hope you got some strong coffee. It is the morning somewhere. I'm a little late though. If I start this at like 3:34, then afterwards I can just bring it out and then the sun will be rising out here. And it's pretty beautiful in the mornings here when the sun's rising. And that would be a nice way to start the day. And if I wanted to try to do a daily show, that would be the time slot I would want to achieve it. And live is fun. Oh, so I'm going to take a trip, go on a road trip, and I've been contemplating, the trip, and I've decided to give it a theme. It's always the same anyway, but I'm going to try to swim across America. And I think I'm going to, especially considering the weather too, the extreme heat, By the way, if you never thought about it, 118, 120 degrees, that's cooked medium. When you take a big old top round piece of meat and you want to cook it to medium, take that temperature stick and stick it in there when it says 118 degrees, that's medium. So if you just stay outside, you know, you can put your meat outside all day and it would eventually end up cooked medium, just at air temperature. Whew, that's hot. Anyway, I just hope that you who are suffering in extreme heat are thinking, maybe we should start voting for the environment and certainly not against it. Anyway, just an idea, you know. I mean, if you're a Republican and you're frustrated about the 120 degree heat, maybe you shouldn't vote for Republicans anymore. Because it's your votes that got us here, really. If Republicans had been intelligent or were smart at any given point along the curve, in 2000 they would have said, holy shit, Al Gore, you are right, obviously, and we all need to be concerned about that, but they didn't. Between the time that election was stolen, which that one was, it's the only election that's ever been stolen, was the one from Al Gore, and now we've put more pollutants into the air in the last 24 years than we did in all of history before that. And we knew 24 years ago that if we didn't curtail our behavior, we were going to get screwed and that it was coming. And we just ignored it, thanks to Republicans. Deny, deny, deny. It's not true. It's not true. Nothing wrong with the environment. Yes, there is. Oh my God. So if we were smart right now, we would not only be trying to behave differently, but we would be starting to build right now, moving back from the beach. We would build structures that can handle over 200-mile-an-hour winds, right? Cars and everything that can handle heat that's 140 degrees if it gets to that, and temperatures that are way below zero. Like, we gotta be smart enough to see what's coming, right? It's obvious. That's what we gotta start doing, because we've done fucked up. Oh, anyway. Yeah, man, that is mind-boggling. If you haven't seen these two amazing ladies, they're funny and super smart, and they do real work, like real investigative work. And then they cover a subject, kind of like John Oliver. And their show is Hysteria, if you haven't seen them there. They got, millions of followers and stuff, but they're really good, and really smart and funny. It's cool, So with Davis Jefferson train wreck, the traitor, with his 34 felonies, he's going to be subjected to drug tests now. No wonder he wants Joe Biden to have to take them, because he's going to have to take them. And he might be on drugs a lot. He might be on Adderall or cocaine. And his son's on cocaine. Does his son have any guns? We all know Donald Trump's high on coke every day, and that he's a drug addict, and that he hunts and shoots and kills elephants and lions and tigers and bears. And so, I mean, should someone be looking at that? All these coke addict Trump gun owners? Anyway, I love it. He can't own a gun. He's going to be taking drug tests, and he can't travel to almost 40 different countries. Won't let you travel there with a felony. And in some states, he's lost his right to vote. Oh, Saul, you know what this message is? This really good message? It's a really good message. So, all across America right now, in all the prisons, every convicted felon right now is saying, holy shit, won't be able to vote, but I can run for president. I can run for every office. Interesting, right? I wonder if we'll ever draft legislation saying if you can't vote, you can't run for office. It's funny, my great-great-grandma ran for office and won 40 years, almost 40 years before women could vote. In the early 1880s, I think she was the first one. She was the president of the Women's Suffragists Organization, the Women's Organization, I think throughout most of the 1890s. And she ultimately, and throughout the 1890s and for the next 30 years, so for like 40 years, thanks to her son, she sponsored her son, right? God, what it would have been like to have had a family member like that. Anyway, she sponsored her son in business. There was a mine in Nevada City called the Spanish Mine, and it was bankrupt, right? And her husband died, and her son was a student at UC Berkeley, which was brand new in the early 1880s, as a mining engineering student, working his way through on a scholarship. And his scholarship, it was a janitorial scholarship. He was cleaning toilets. That was dropped same time as his dad died. So he moved back to Nevada City to help his mom. Went to work in some mines as a laborer. And I'm sure he explained to his mom that he could do it better than anybody else. And his mom believed in him. And I'm guessing my great-great-grandpa, who was a surveyor, the first surveyor in Nevada City, drew the first city map. He possibly was a pretty good prospector too. I guess if you're a surveyor, you're probably good at finding gold. You know, I don't know. Anyway, she gave her son. I mean, maybe she loaned it to him, but I imagine she gave it to him, and that he gave it back to her 100-fold. She gave $6,000 to buy this bankrupt mine, Spanish mine, and my great-grandfather changed the sleuth box technology and began setting world records for the best profit margin on a ton of low-grade ore. And he continued to set world records, efficiency world records, which made him famous for the next 50 years. He got the most gold out of a ton of low-grade ore at the best profit margin for 50 years and was known in the industry for that, right? And then his son continued that effort. My grandfather, who I never met, who made all those movies, which is why he could afford to make all those movies and travel the world, because his dad was a guy who, like Carl Icahn, unlike Trump, like Carl Icahn, everything he touched turned to gold, right? Literally in this case. So he started setting world records out of a mine that had been bankrupt, and then he got hired as the president of the Bunker Hill Sullivan Mining and Concentration Company, which is the largest mining operation in the world, start to finish, in Kellogg, Idaho, before he was 30 years old. And he kept that position until he died in 1933. And that was Idaho. And probably didn't see it, but I read a chapter of a book called The Sketch Portraits of the Men Who Made Idaho, who he's been long since forgotten in Idaho. But it's funny, the first airport in the state of Idaho was my great-grandfather's airport called Bradley Airfield. It was the first airport in the world, another invention of my great-grandpa's. The SkyTel, the first hotel at an airport in the world, was at the Boise Airport, the Bradley Airfield. And right now, that's where Boise State plays its football games, I'm pretty sure. Their stadium, I think, is on the runway of what was my great-grandfather's old airfield, the blue field. Anyway, it's kind of interesting. So, I don't know what I was talking about. I'm a little Maybe I'm getting hungry. I need to fast. That's what I need to do. What else? Finally, yesterday. So, I've been really good at not getting sad or depressed or whatever. It's just not my thing. No self pity here. Um, but it doesn't mean my brains were not scrambled and there weren't just a bunch of rocks up here in the first place. So, it's like I think other people with events like that where they get shell shocked, I think it's not uncommon to have this feeling. Anyway, I felt like I just spinning my wheels, right? Not engaged enough in the world, in what I need to get done, in life itself, just distracted or wanting to distract myself, watching TV, playing a video game, whatever, doing anything other than productive things. So yesterday was a big day because I got a lot done. I applied for health coverage. Turns out just one more thing I can't get without a birth certificate. So I'm going to try to knock that out on this trip in a couple of days when I fly back. That's going to be one of the first things I do. I'll be staying just across the street basically from the county office and about 10 miles from the hospital I was born. So I think I'm going to go to the hospital first and then the county office if that turns out to be fruitless. What else? Oh, this is so exciting. All right, it's big news. Probably should have been the headliner of this whole thing, although there's a lot of headliners. I signed up for school at Maui Community College. I already have an Associate of Arts degree from Santa Rosa Junior College. But at this school, I have 6 core classes completed with all A's, 1 B plus, and all A's. So it's like a 3.85 GPA, which is cool. Nice to have that on the books at this school, plus all the bullshit work, right? I don't have to ever take a math class or English class if I don't want to, which is nice, right? Ever again. If you didn't know it, it's so cool. You can take English 1A anytime in your life. And it's good for the rest of your life. 50 years later, you never got to take English 1A again. It's so cool. So, if you didn't know it. I'm tempted. God, I got just another mean text. You know how Jimmy Kimmel does mean tweets? I might do ex-wife mean texts. And then finally I responded, and then read my response after like 6 or 7 mean and annoying and just stupid and unnecessary texts. That's the thing. It's like these people like Trump, they just create all this shit out of nothing. And they don't have to. They could be living a totally honest, awesome, honest life. Okay, so back to business. Carl Icahn, I mentioned that. So he's still alive, because I was wondering, is he still alive? He's 88 years old. I wonder if he's cogent. But everything he touched throughout his career turned to gold, literally. He did stuff that was considered, corporate arbitrage, corporate raider, a guy who would buy a company maybe and break it into different parts or sell it off. But every time when you looked in the rearview mirror at all the wild and crazy things he did on Wall Street, at the end of the day, it was just a story of massive profit. Like starting in the 80s with TWA and on and on. And because I'm trying to understand what he's been up to and what this company, he's got a company in his name, right? It says it's worth $12 billion, right? And so I'm guessing, and I don't know because I'm not on the. I haven't been following Wall Street recently at all, but I'm guessing, like he was just moving chairs around, like musical chairs, crushing it, killing it, making 200 million here, 300 million there, 500 million there, just killing it. Everything he hit touched the gold. And then he had all these, variable assets and various things, and he just said, hey, I'm going to park them all in my own one company. And so I'm guessing that the $12 billion in assets is stands for something, right? Because I really don't know anything about this company. I just know. Anyway, and I'm guessing, of course, it's got his name on it. It's his company. He's the majority shareholder, right? So, if he owns 50 million shares, one way to earn an income and get paid from his own company when you own 50 million shares is to pump out a killer dividend. Anyway, Carl Icahn's company, the stock is $16 a share, pays a $4 a year dividend. It makes $4.80, so only 80 cents of the company's profits are staying with the company, and the other $4 is getting kicked out to shareholders, which he's probably the leading share. I don't know how many shares he owns, but let's say he owns 50 million shares. Well, times 4, that'd be $200 million in income every year just from owning his stock in his company. Anyway, I don't understand it entirely. Why? I mean, it's 25% dividend. That's a credit card in reverse. It's crazy money. That's doubling your money without reinvestment every 4 years. It's insane. Anyway, in my little portfolio, I bought 100 shares because I just, I want to see if he pays me 25%. I mean, my God. Anyway, that's what I'm looking for. Good dividends. But that's incredibly crazy. Like, what normally shouldn't be unsustainable, but, maybe in a certain context, it will be sustainable. Because it's just Carl Icahn paying himself from his own company. And this is how he gonna do it. But this stock was up. It's up over $100 a share. It's like $140 a share. It's come down 90%. But it seems to be sort of stable at this low level. It's, came down and now it's flatlining in the high teens. Anyway, let's see if I don't know. But that's the kind of risk I want to take. And it's just interesting. If you do a stock screening of all stocks that pay more than 6% dividends, there's 719 of them. And then if you work backwards from some that pay, 100%, 1,000%, there's a few which have to be soon to adjust and lower their dividends, right? In many cases, it's a sign of a company going out of business, or really bad things happening, or an industry in decline. Like for instance, before the 2008 stock market crash, when Bank of America went from $50 a share to $5 a share, it was paying 5% at $50 a share, right? And then it dropped to $5 a share, and it was, which 5% is $2.50. So it was paying half of its stock price in dividends for a little while before they adjusted it to 20 cents. Went from a $2.50 dividend to 20 cents or whatever. So anyway, for instance, high dividends aren't always any kind of a good thing. It could be a really bad indicator. But in this case, and then in all the real estate investment trusts, right? And I think there's a common theme there, right? With the real estate investment trusts, you got real estate and interest rates. We all know when interest rates go up, and people could get money almost for free at like 3%. And now it got up to 7%. I think it's in the sixes. That's a lot more. And it's not Joe Biden's fault. The Federal Reserve operates independently of the president entirely, and it needs to, and all other branches of government, because they're trying to keep our economy from falling into a depression, right? That's why it was invented in the 30s, and out of that philosophy I've talked about, John Maynard Keynes, an English philosopher who explained how to, stimulate the economy, which started the whole Fed. Anyway, so, where was I? Oh yeah, so yeah, save your money. I was thinking, like, how many people would have ended up in such good shape, their kids in such good shape, if they'd taken the 10% that they ended up giving to their church, and they'd invested it in the stock market and earned interest, and then, think about this. If you can double money every 5 years, right? 40 grand, okay? And I'm pretty sure people who are giving 10% of their income to their religious organization would get up to 40 grand pretty quick. But just think about 40 grand. If you could double it in 5 years, that'd be 80, right? If you could double it again in 10 years, that'd be 160. If you could double it in another 5 years, that'd be 320. If you could double it in another 5 years, that'd be 640. Okay, that's 20 years. 40 grand to 640 grand, just 20 years. That's the time it takes for a kid to grow up and go to college, right? From 40 grand. 25 years, $1.28 million in 25 years. 40 grand, okay? You don't gotta get lucky. Be the guy that bought Amazon when I was telling everyone to buy it at $6 a share when it dropped in 2001. The stock market was destroyed by Republicans. You don't gotta buy Nvidia when it was $60 a share, right? Because some people got lucky, man. They bought Amazon or Apple, and then it went up. Tesla, 1,000, 10,000%. Microsoft. There's all those stories out there. But you got lucky, and all. You had to get lucky in some way or another, and all those companies don't pay dividends. So I don't recommend you take any risk at all. Just focus on dividend payers that give you money to buy more stock, to get more dividends, to buy more stock, to give you more money, to buy more stock, to get more dividends, right? It's a great cycle of, right? A pebble becomes a snowball, becomes a freaking avalanche, right? And it's simple and easy, and you can do it, and you don't need to trust anybody else, right? Don't trust anybody else with your money. Don't give it to anybody, including a religious organization, unless you're just flush and your kids have all the money in the world to go to college with, and you have all the money in the world to buy a house with, and you have all the money in the world to buy food and clothes and travel. You have no need for any money. Then you got nothing to worry about. But if you do, save your money, invest your money, get it working for you, and see your future change. It's not uncomplicated. Anyone can get rich. It's not a get rich quick. It's a get rich over 25 years program. Go to work hard, earn a paycheck, save your money, invest in the stock market, get that money to turn into a goddamn avalanche, and then have a great life. Just think, if my son would have listened to me. I mean, he's 20, right? Goddamn. He'd have had so much money by the time he was 40 or 45 years old if he done what he could have done. But nope, he's like a lot of you, you know. He's made pretty good money now for 6 months. He has no bills, and he owes money. He doesn't even have any. Because he just can't help himself. Anyway, hopefully he'll get on track. But like I said before, I'm giving up on having any hope that he's going to be making any smart decisions with his money anytime soon. And basically, all I got to do is, you know, buy your food at Costco, cook it at home. Don't go places too much. Driving costs money. Everything costs money leaving your house. You know, do the things that are the most enjoyable that cost nothing. You know, hike and swim and bike, get exercise, cook. Anyway. Oh, so yeah, maybe I don't know. I know I'm talking a lot. So one of my mean messages from my ex was telling me, "You gotta pay me. You gotta pay me this. You gotta pay me that. You gotta pay me this." And you know, grand total of $1,800 or something. And I'm like, I just gave our daughter $2,800. So if you want to get, you know, the last 3 weeks I just gave my daughter $1,000 more than she's telling me I need to pay her. And I'm like, you're gonna have to get that from your daughter. Because I'm never gonna give her a penny ever again, and I don't ever want to get a text from her ever again. I keep telling her that, please never text me again. I never want another message for as long as I live. They're never. This is one of the reasons I'm. If you wonder why I don't respond to texts or don't communicate at all with people, because phones with me are associated with trauma. Only horrible messages come through my phone. So, why would I want to look at it? Yeah. She's like, that's stupid. Why would you give money to her so she can give it to me? So I can give money to her so she can give it to you. If that's what you want to do, you can collect from her. Anyway. So let's, maybe another day, but I think I'm going to do that. I think that'll be fun. And it will have comedic value. Oh, yesterday I talked to, there's 2 ladies that work at the theater that I want to rent out. And it was so funny because she's like, again, there's so much negativity out there in the world. A relative of mine will say, to keep it ambiguous, was telling me, "You're not funny, Craig. You're not funny." I love that. So and so doesn't think you're funny, Craig. Okay, that's fine. Have you looked at other? Go back and watch Bill Maher on Johnny Carson 25 years ago. You know, the material that made him famous. It's not that good. Watch a Seinfeld special in the 80s. The stuff that made him famous. Not that good. I don't barely ever laugh. I watch one comedian after another. None of them make me laugh. Every once in a while, there's one that's funny. Recently, this one guy, Zoltan. This guy is actually funny. I mean, really. There's a lot of narcissists out there that do all this. What about me? Or it's just, oh. Anyway, yeah, so my point is, anyone can do comedy because all the best comedy out there still isn't always that great anyway. Sometimes it's just a guy that sells it real good or hard, like he's just real loud, like a Chris Rock or Kevin Hart. God, neither one of those guys are funny to me. But they're real loud and they sell it real good. Anyway, the bottom line is, if you don't know this, you don't have to be a good comedian to succeed at it. Just look at all the ones who've succeeded at it. Every night, Bill Maher sucks. His monologue sucks. Oh. Jimmy Kimmel, he's funny. He's pretty much the only funny late night talk show host. Seth Meyers has his moments, and only because he's doing political stuff. Before Trump, Seth Meyers was pretty bad because he didn't have Trump to make fun of. Thank God for Seth Meyers that Trump exists, because this show wasn't that good. He's funnier with a lot of people around him, you know, like Saturday Night Live. Same with Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon's got so much talent, but he needs to be in an environment where there's other people to work off of, and he can use his talents, because he can do, you know, he can play music and he can sing and he can do voices. I mean, he should be on a skit show. Anyway. God, the news, so much weird shit, crazy shit. Justin Timberlake got a DUI. That's no fun. There's a bunch of Republicans trying to overthrow the country, overthrow the American flag. That's ongoing, and they now have a manifesto, the Nazi Republican manifesto called Project 2025, right? These Nazi Klansmen, Leo Leonard, the guy from the Federalist Society. You got Paul Dance from the Heritage Foundation. Nazi Klansmen trying to destroy our country, trying to overthrow it with big money from other Nazis and Klansmen. It's just gross. Another religious leader turns out to be a rapist. That just keeps happening for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and now maybe a couple thousand years. All the religious leaders turn out to be rapists, because religion seems to be designed to put its boot to the neck of a woman. Thank God for all the brave women in America. God, Jasmine Crockett, man. Brave, smart, brilliant. She, AOC, freaking the Katie Porter is amazing. Those three women got together and were president, vice president, and secretary of state in any grouping. Boy, would our future look amazing. Holy shit. Oh my God. Can you imagine smart people that want to make the world a better place, make our country a better country? You know, make life better for people. That's the thing. If you're a politician, your only mission should be to bring the greatest good to the greatest number, right? That's the objective always. An economic philosophy. How do you do that? And our system generally does that, but it could use a little push here and there to help people, right? It's not a strike against all our free markets, right? If we give away medical help, that doesn't mean that people are going to stop buying and selling shit for a profit. Doesn't mean we're socialist. If we fix your broken arm for free, you know, which is all we need to do. Let's build free hospitals, free medical facilities. My God, would that be freaking, it'd be a penny on the dollar, 1 penny on the dollar for the amount of, there's no trillions of dollars it costs for medical care in our country. Insurance companies are a joke. Aflac is a joke. What we should do is, obviously, give me $35 billion. How many free hospitals could I build, first of all, with that as my annual budget, right? Let's see. $100 million hospitals. Do 10 per billion. So $10 billion would be 100 hospitals with an annual budget of $100 million. That's the first 10 billion, right? Second 10 billion, you could build what, 200 million, $500 million hospitals, right? The top, you could build some $1.8 billion annual budget hospitals all around the country, right? And you could feed from one to the other and have every specialty covered, right? How many people could you serve with a couple hundred free hospitals all around our, you know what, how many, you could probably do 200, and then you could make small $50 million facilities and remote places, right? And you could cover the country with $35 billion and hundreds of free medical facilities. Just $35 billion. That's it. Covered. There's no trillions, no 100 billion even. It's just 35, 40 billion. Everyone's got free, and then let all the free market people want to purchase their own private healthcare all they want. Let that continue on the side, but in the meantime, we'll just take it off everyone's plate. Businesses won't have to pay for it, right? Insurance, you don't have to pay for insurance, right? We'll just go to work, we'll earn money, we'll pay taxes, and we'll have our taxes pay for the free hospitals and make it so we can just keep going to work. Great idea. Okay, so there's healthcare solved right there. $35 billion. Divide it up. And just keep flowing that money. You know, the first year, you take $100 million, because that's going to be your annual budget, and you use that to build a facility. If $100 million isn't enough to build a facility, then you go into the second year's budget until it's built. And then you got $100 million. And that, if we think about that, if we could build 300 of those facilities, $100 million hospital facilities, 300 of them spread throughout the country, Alaska, Hawaii, all 48 other states. Anyway, you know, make the hardest thing someone's got to do is find transportation to get to free hospital, right? Americans will figure that out. If we got to hitchhike to get to the free hospital to get our legs set, we'll do it. Take an Uber there. Anyway, so there you go. I don't know why don't politicians just sit around and contemplate all the things we could do to make the world a better place. Anyway, it is my hobby. So, and I have a solution for everything. And there's healthcare solved. $35 billion budget. Maybe 40. Let's make it $40 billion budget, and I will solve healthcare. And all the insurance and all the other healthcare will be extra. Anyway, let's see. Weird how Elon Musk has become a Republican douchebag. What a weirdo that guy is. Last guy I'd ever want to be, to tell you the truth. Supreme Court is completely a pile of shit and totally corrupt and doesn't represent Americans at all, or anyone in America, and they're a real danger to everyone's health. They just made machine guns legal. Isn't that great? With a bump stock, you can get your gun to fire 1,000 rounds a minute if you have that many bullets and have that kind of a clip. But the first 30 rounds, I mean, you could shoot them in what? If you can, 1,000 rounds a minute, what is that? More than 100 per 10 seconds. So what would it take? 3 seconds to fire off 30 shots, 2 seconds, right? In a 30 round clip with a military grade weapon. That's what we need more of in our country. Because, you know, there's nobody with any kind of mental illness in our country. There's nobody that's unstable. No one's taking any prescription drugs that one of the side effects might be suicide. You ever heard that? Every prescription drug. If you think about killing other people or yourself, stop taking this drug. Like it's a known side effect of it. I mean, and we are a country full of ex-football players, snow skiers, snowboarders, boxers, soccer players. Girls soccer players have the worst concussions next to football. Yeah, so we are a country riddled with concussions. And we know that when we get older with our concussions, that it might lead us to being homicidal or suicidal. We see that in the news. We all know that to be a true fact, right? So that's America. We're a bunch of people with concussions, bunch of ticking time bombs. And, you know, when our concussions come due, if we're surrounded by firearms, we might just use them. And there's a fine line between suicide and homicide. Anyway, something to think about, right? But we don't. And, then there's the prescription drugs. And then there's the violent video games. We all play violent video games, right? And that absolutely worms its way into our brain. Whatever we're doing, right? If we wake up in the morning and we watch the sunrise and we take a long walk on the walk on the beach. That's going to play itself out in the back of our minds all day long. We wake up in the morning and we play Grand Theft Auto and we steal cars and we beat people up and we run from the cops all morning for 3 hours before we go do our things. That is the backdrop in our mind, and it's not a healthy one. It's not good for us. It does affect our thoughts, and we need to acknowledge that. Again, another thing, you don't want someone with just surrounded with weapons waking up playing Grand Theft Auto every morning. It's not a good combination. Oh, and they also had some concussions. Oh, and then there's the other one. We are a country full of alcoholics. I'm trying to quit right now. I haven't had a beer for a couple days. And, I've been a consistent drinker for years and years, and so are many of my fellow Americans. We love to drink. That's cool, except, when you're drunk, you're not yourself. You're potentially dangerous behind the wheel of a car or with a gun in your hand. So, we are a country full of prescription drug taking alcoholics, play violent video games, who've had a lot of concussions. And we think what we really need to protect is every 18-year-old's right to go into a gun, no background check, buy a military-grade weapon that he can shoot 1,000 rounds a minute from, or 1,000 rounds, a minute from. I just don't see how that makes any rational sense. It's like denying that the earth needs some attention. Doesn't make rational sense. It's like forcing death upon women with what are supposedly values. Doesn't make any sense. And that's why Republicans are stupid. Republicans are stupid because everything they do does not really align with any kind of common sense or rational thought or anything, or intelligent thought, or anything that makes any sense ever. But it could, right? Republicans could step into the light, right? This desire to marry church with state, that is dumb shit. You gotta be so stupid to do that. It's un-American, right? But it's all because they've been brainwashed by all the cults that people are in. It's this cult, it's that cult. Every religion is a cult. Show me a religion that isn't a cult. And we've seen that now. All of them. Every single one of them. Most everything they do don't make any sense. And that's what the human mind actually craves, is a religion. I love for there to be a religion that made sense, and the people in it doing things that make sense. Not raping children like all the religions do. So sad. It's so sad. Anyway, as if the most fucking arrogant shit you ever hear from a religious person, because they think, oh, you would have to be a person who believed in religious beliefs to have any morals or any moral values. Are you fucking kidding me? Seems like there's a greater departure among people who are supposedly religious, right? There's a lot more killing, there's a lot more hate, there's a lot more rape, there's a lot more everything that's bad. Anyway, gotta love it. Hey, has anyone ever talked about realistic drug education? We should educate our children that drugs are bad, except for one. Marijuana won't kill you. All the other ones will. Except an occasional mushroom trip might be okay. Small doses never change the way you think. But if you want to change the way you think, a big hero dose is what they call it, of magic mushrooms will do it. And that's all you need, is a little bit of weed or some derivation of it, and a little bit of mushrooms. And that's the only, like, all prescription drugs are bad unless it's the one that's the cure for Hep C, which costs $100,000. You see, for years they were advertising all these do you have hepatitis C? Well, we have a cure for it now. Call your doctor. And then find out that it's going to cost $100,000 for that treatment. If we find the cure for a disease, something tells me that we should not charge $100,000 for the cure for a disease that we'd like to help everybody get rid of. Anyway, boy, talking about corruption. Oh, I was talking to my son about, there's the Ozempic craze. What blows my mind is, look, in the 70s, after all the dipshits in the 60s died from heroin overdoses, injecting themselves, needles being thought of as gross and dirty. No, I'd never shoot up to party, have a good time. People might snort something or smoke something, but the thought of shooting up drugs was just gross. Oh, and that was what was amazing about the 70s and 80s. People would try every drug on earth, but if you offered them something in a needle, they'd be, that's gross, man. I'm doing heroin or any drug in a fucking needle. Gross. So now we have it. We have the prescription drug, and everyone's just got to shoot up so they can lose weight and look good. It's gross. It's gross. I don't care what the next prescription drug is or the one before that. It's Viagra. They're all gross. Unless you're curing a disease, unless you're taking a drug for multiple sclerosis or an antibiotic because you got a life-threatening freaking venereal disease. Drugs are gross. They're all bad for you. They all have terrible long-term side effects. Don't trust any drugs. Don't take pills. Period. Although I've been I've made one exception. If you're getting old, you're an old man like me, and you want to experiment with Trojan Boost for men, yeah, I'd give you a pass on that because I'm giving myself one. Anyway, but I'm waiting because I think I'm very confident I have a fatty liver. I hope it's not like too far gone to fix. I'm trying to fix it right now, so I don't even want to take that just because everything's got to be processed, right? So, but I'm doing all the things they tell you to do to be good for your liver, except I need to probably consume less protein, less food in general, because even protein turns into fat on your liver if you got more going through your body than you can process, right? So, but at the end of my swim yesterday, my right ankle looked like it was the same size as my left ankle, and that's one of the side effects of a fatty liver, a liver that is slowly dying. Is your right ankle is more swollen than your left. If you see that, you might want to start watching videos on YouTube about how to fix it, and there's a lot of them. So, but generally, it all boils down to all the things I've been talking about: cruciferous vegetables, turmeric, all the healthy things. So, Steve Bannon is headed to prison, and America is so happy about that. I love it when traders like him talk about, well, America won't stand for me going to jail. Oh yes, we're happy to see it. God, I can't wait. Oh, and best thing is he's not going to get to go to Club Fed. He's going to have to go to a real fucking prison. Oh God, that's great. And that is a hell of a reason. There's a lot of reasons, including embarrassment. But look, if you're over 40, over 50 like me, and you have any luxuries, and there's so many of us poor people have Netflix and Hulu and a couch to sit on, we got our own kitchen and bathroom. We could go outside, go anywhere we want anytime. We don't have a concrete slab with a pad on it and only able to go 8 feet from end to end. Like, my point is, you don't want to go to prison ever, especially when you start getting old. All these stupid old greedy fuckers. Like, they already have everything anyone could ever want or need, and then they go commit a crime. They rape a 12-year-old. This freaking fire chief here on Maui, he's been indicted for raping a 12-year-old. And it sounds like, I don't know the details, but it was the daughter of someone that had taken him in. I'm guessing, what if this guy moved here from the mainland? Some other fireman brought him into his household, so that he can rape his daughter and then become the fire chief. The other guy probably has his own family. You know, what does a fire chief on Maui make? 200 grand a year? Assumably, he's got a real nice house, a nice car. He's got every luxury in the world. And he thought, I got a good idea. I'm going to throw away my whole fucking life so that I can rape a 12-year-old? Oh, it's gross. Plus, he's going to get his ass kicked in prison for that shit. I mean, I just can't believe that that's not enough of a deterrent. Not to mention it takes effort. And when you're over 50, you're already starting to need to get lazy. I can't even imagine. Oh. But embarrassment. There's this horrible story in the news. I thought I would have heard about it on late night TV, or maybe Colin Jost and Michael Che will bring it up. And maybe there's some joke there. It's hard to find one, to tell you the truth. There's some crazy ass news. Gnarly. A 14-year-old. Not a Florida man, a Florida boy. Rapes a 91-year-old woman. Oh, just a horrible story. Horrible. Horrible. Okay. There's nothing funny about that. However, there is this truth. So let's assume he's going to be incarcerated in the system, hopefully for the rest of his life, but let's hope it's at least 20, 25 years. So he's and hopefully they'll cut his testicles out before they let him out. So he's 25 years from now, 26, 27 years from now. God, I hope he gets 30 years. So 30 years from now, he's 44 years old and he's being paroled. And so for the next 30 years, everybody, every judge, every lawyer, every prison inmate he'll meet, both in the juvenile system and then in the adult system, everyone he meets, every prison guard, which will be hundreds, if not thousands of people for the next 30 or 40 years. Every person he ever meets is going to know that he's the 14-year-old that raped a 91-year-old woman. And, well, it's way down on the list. I mean, if for no other reason, the fact that committing a crime has got to have some level of embarrassment or shame. And the potential embarrassment people will make you feel, I'm sure there'll be some people that'll bring that up. Like a lot of them, right? Like, you're not going to give a shit about the feelings of someone who raped a 91-year-old woman. You're going to feel like they've got some criticism coming to them. So, prison, and maybe even, I mean, if they beat up guys for raping children, they just very well might beat up people for raping 91-year-old women or do worse things to them. So maybe he'll be under violent assault because of that for the next 20, 30 years. But also, the shit people are going to say to him, the shit people are going to say to him for the next 30, 40 years, everyone that ever comes across him is going to know he's the guy who, when 14 years of age, raped a 91-year-old. It's incomprehensible. Not to mention, if his thing was like wanting to have sex, he was 14. He could have gone to the gym, worked out, and started nailing high school girls into college, and then had a great time of it. The greatest time of his life. Anyway, again, God, but yeah. I mean, there was a moment in my divorce when I was thinking about letting the air out of my ex-wife's tires. And then I was like, oh, what if I got caught? The embarrassment. All the rest of it would suck too, but the embarrassment. That was one of the big things that made me think, nah, that's just not who I am. And then I've watched so many Criminal Minds shows that I know from criminal shows that all bad behavior often leads to escalation of bad behavior, and I did not want to see where that would escalate to, right? But I thought about it. How do you not, you know? Someone's doing you wrong, you want to find some way to do them wrong, maybe, you know? But yeah, it's never worth it. Every time you see anyone who's going to prison, you're like, why? That wasn't worth it. Nothing's worth going to prison. No human should experience being locked in a cage like an animal at a zoo. An argument could be made that no animal should be locked up in a zoo because it's so cruel, but then again, in some cases, it is maybe to preserve their species, so you could argue that, but still it's suffering. If you ever go to jail, even for one night, it's going to be the worst night of your life. So, yeah, it's just so weird. And all Trump's friends who are old people are going to jail as old people when you need comfort more than any other time in your life. God. Anyway, do no harm, do no crime. So these horrible religious people who were every reason to never give a penny to a religion, every reason to turn your back on religion, is these assholes that are trying to merge state with church, which is a merging of intelligent, rational thought with batshit crazy ideas. And that's fine. We can believe in batshit crazy ideas, but we shouldn't try to confuse those with our government unless we want to be like, I don't know, Iran. Do we want to run our country like Iran as a religious state, or Saudi Arabia? Anyway, I don't think so. And so Louisiana forces the 10 Commandments down everyone's throat, which are stupid. But the 2 Commandments, I think you could get every school in the country, and I think we should get every school in the country to put the 2 Commandments up, you know? The 2 Commandments from my channel. Do no harm, do no crime. That's the 2 Commandments that we need to follow. That's all that matters. Do no harm, do no crime. All that other shit is a bunch of hogwash, right? If we can simply achieve a population of people who do no harm and do no crime, we have a perfect world, minus the bad weather from our bad behavior and our ignorance. Anyway, I digress. Cheers. Oh, that's good, strong coffee. It's the last of my coffee. I got two pounds left. I'm gonna try to, I shouldn't say try, because when you say try, you imply failure, okay? I aspire to switch to tea. I'm trying to make all the right changes. I always wondered, would I ever make these changes, you know, for my health? Because you see it all the time. You know, the guy walking down the road, walking for the first time in his life, his belly hangs down lower than mine, and he just had a heart attack, or just got warned he's going to have a heart attack. He was just told he has 90% blockage. Anyway. You know, the people who are this close to death and they finally get their fucking shit together. Well, I don't know. I might be this close to death, or I might not be, but I'm 55 and I started to notice all kind of shit. And I've been studying all kind of shit that relates to old people. And so anyway, the day has finally come where I am starting to do all the things I wondered if I would ever do to be as healthy as I could possibly be in every possible way. And I always thought, well, you know, a metaphor, an indicator of me doing all the things would be if I someday switched from coffee to green tea, which was the basic thought. But then I've been studying all the teas. It turns out oolong's really good for you. You can make a garlic onion tea, that'd be incredibly good for you. Ginseng opens up your vascularity. And then there's the green tea, and then there's the matcha, which is like polyphenols through the roof. And so, yeah, and there's caffeine in, you know, some of that. And even the black teas are good for you, but especially all those other ones. And there's caffeine if you want it, right? So, looking forward to that. And I'm just stopped drinking. I got my drinking down to 1 beer a day. And if you don't know this, it's a basic, simple truth, a fact. You need to know. Like, if you're a young person and you don't understand alcohol, let me summarize alcohol for you. It will become physiological. You will become physically dependent on alcohol, no matter how much you drink, which means you will crave alcohol no matter how much you drink. And you will crave exactly how much you drink. So if you drink 1 beer a day, you will crave 1 beer a day. Like right now, today, I will crave 1 cold beer. Totally. If I drank a half a bottle of vodka every day, I would crave a half a bottle of vodka every day. If I drank a full 5th of Jack Daniels every day, the next day I would crave another one. And so only drink however much you want to crave, because you will crave however much you drink. So it's a self-fulfilling reality. You choose your cravings. Now, it turns out you're going to want to have a liver when you get older. And if you haven't seen all these videos on YouTube, it's so sad. There are countless people right now who are like 40 years old who are making videos because they've just been told they're in end-stage liver cirrhosis because of the pandemic. After drinking for 10 or 15 years, the pandemic hit, and then they drank even harder, and that killed their liver. The pandemic literally has wiped out people's futures because they drank so much in just, like a year or two is all it took for people to kill themselves. Fuck, it's so sad. And these people look healthy, but you know that they're just soon to be fucked. So yeah, you're going to want your liver to work when you get older. I should tell myself, you're going to want your lungs to work. I need to quit smoking. That'll be the last thing I do. If I ever quit smoking a little bit of herb, that'll be the final piece to the puzzle, making the full commitment. But, it's offense and defense. You want to clean your water, filter your water so you got clean water to drink, right? Buy clean food so you can eat clean food. Right? You want to exercise. And you want to avoid white sugar and all the bad oils that kill you. The oils are the ones that kill you just as bad or worse than the sugar. Yeah, those are the number 1 and 2 worst things. So, anyway. Hopefully they'll bring Matt Gaetz up on charges. Again, another Republican, having sex with underage girls, trafficking them. And what's great is how they project that. It's those Democrats, they're all about child molesters and baby eaters. And that's a whole nother deep dive. We'll talk about that maybe someday. The whole baby eating thing and blood drinking tomfoolery that's talked about. It is based on one thing that is true in one sense, and is it true that people traffic in it? Well, that's its own other question, and that is all relates to this thing called adrenochrome, which is a real substance that's released by your adrenal gland if you die while being tortured. And then it's like a drug people can take. So you have to kill someone by torturing them to death. And then there's this substance emitted by their adrenal gland, adrenochrome, that people can use to get high. I can't imagine a sicker, more twisted, grosser thing that would give you the worst nightmares. I mean, anyway, you know, in China they just harvest people's organs, and maybe they're harvesting that because they're killing them while they're torturing them. They kill them as they take their kidneys out of them, and maybe that stresses them out, and then I don't know, but I once looked up adrenochrome and Alibaba, you know, that Chinese Google, Amazon. You could find adrenochrome being sold in China all day long, which is, if that's what it is, holy shit, that's gnarly. And have they been harvesting that in the Catholic churches? They've been raping and killing children all over the world for the last 1,000 years. God, you gotta wonder. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so that does exist. It is a real thing, and that's how it's created. But are people killing people to get that, to do it? I hope not. You know. And then there was this old grainy video of the Epstein Ranch where it supposedly showed what it claimed to be people eating babies at Jeffrey Epstein's island. Underground, that temple, supposedly underground in that temple was where they were doing that, supposedly, right? Which, you know, is there any truth to that? And then what was interesting was they filled all those underground spaces and tunnels with concrete immediately when he was imprisoned. That shit was all filled with concrete. So, you know, making it look like evidence was being covered up. I mean, you know, obviously it would have been nice to get down into those tunnels and search for any forensic evidence of any kind of crimes. But I guess that can't happen and never will. And so all those things are true separate from one another. But that's I think all related to the psycho right-wing religious people that claim Democrats are killing and eating babies, drinking their blood. So, it's a stretch. But if anybody's doing it, it's the Republicans. I don't know, maybe Hillary. What else? The Maryland governor, what was that? I forget. Just put 175 million towards something good. They just legalized weed there. Anyway, sorry, I can't remember my notes. Rudy Giuliani, you gotta love how he tried to evade the law. He's been served. He's acting like he ain't going to prison. He keeps flouting the law. And again, Rudy Giuliani, dumb shit old man. Last thing you need to do when you're an old man is commit crimes. He's losing everything he owns. He's gonna end up in jail all because he was greedy and racist. And everyone forgets the only reason he's really famous is because he went after a tax evader. It's just amazing that he ended up going to jail for a tax evader when the thing that made him famous was putting Leona Helmsley, super rich New York lady who didn't pay her taxes, he put her behind bars. That's what really made him famous. That put him on the cover of Time magazine. And then he ends up working for this guy and committing all these crimes, and he's gonna go to prison. And he's too fucking old for that shit. He's dipshits. He's old men. Don't commit crimes when you get over 40. God. Anyway. What else? Oh, there's this thing called pig butchering that's been happening a lot. It's worth mentioning. Don't let anybody scam you romantically. I guess there's all kinds of sick and twisted assholes out there, and they could be in freaking Africa apparently, and they could put up an attractive picture of somebody and pretend to be wanting to date you and get your confidence, all without ever seeing them or meeting them. Can you imagine trusting someone to the point where you send them money and you've never even met them, right? If I've never met you in person, we've never met. We could talk on the phone 1,000 fucking times. We could meet online, whatever. But no, if I haven't actually met you in person, we've never met. Meeting someone entails meeting them in person. And you're not in a relationship with someone if you've never met them in person. It's just not real. So don't give anyone your money. Oh, don't give it to your religion. Don't give it to some idiot that says they love you. Holy shit, it's amazing. And then don't become suicidal if you do give everything away. My God, it's only money. But yeah, it's called pig butchering. Isn't that an interesting expression? My goodness. Booyah. Poor Elon Musk, huh? He's the guy, he's like Bill Maher. He's just a dweeb who's always going to be in pursuit of trying to be cool. That's why he smoked a joint with Joe Rogan, because he wanted to try to be cool. But in reality, he's not. He'll never know how to be cool. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to be so mean to him, but he's just turned into such an idiot. And have you heard he's going to allow pornography on Twitter? Interesting, huh? Oh, the debate. It's so exciting. I can't wait. I couldn't understand why they would let DJT, douchebag, jackass, trainwreck. I can't understand why they let douchebag, jackass, trainwreck just keep talking. They needed to cut his mic off in all the debates he's ever done. And this time they're going to cut his mic off. And there's no audience of shitty MAGA traitors who are the most obnoxious, rudest, most ignorant people in the world, and they're the shittiest tippers in our country. You work in the service industry, you know this to be true. They're wearing a MAGA hat, they're going to treat you like shit, and then they're going to tip you like shit, right? Reflective of who they are. So yeah, the debate's going to be awesome. And Trump's not preparing because he's too good for that. He's just going to make lies up. He's going to say lies. You know, like what is today? Today's Saturday. If it's Saturday and a Republican's speaking, a Republican is lying. Because that's all they ever do is lie. And there's people dumb enough to not only listen to them on their first or second, but it could be 10,000 lies down the road and they still believe these lies. Like, there's no point at which you're like, oh, that one was a lie. So there's no like, it's like they want to be lied to about everything. And be bribed. What bribe? What bribe are you taking? Right? You're taking a bribe to vote for a Republican. Either you're just a psycho gun owner, and that's your bribe. No gun laws. Oh, you bribed me with those no gun laws. So I'll vote for every other stupid fucking thing that Republicans do. Right? Or you've been conned by your religious organization into thinking that being pro-death means pro-life, but we all know that Republicans are pro-death. Anti-abortion healthcare is pro-death. Causes pain, suffering, murder, death, right? So, right, that makes no sense. And I'm losing my place. Oh, it's frustrating. Goddamn. stupid fucking Republicans. Everything they do. Oh yes. Oh, the bribes. So you're being bribed on abortion because that's in line with what the liar in your church or synagogue or temple just told you. What your religious beliefs mean that you should murder women with black market abortions, right? So that's your bribe. You're bribed by abortion policy, and so therefore you'll vote for gun policies that murder children, right? And if you're voting on your bribe for your guns, then you're voting to kill women with abortion policy at the same time. But you don't care because all you care about is your guns, or all you care about is your abortion, right? If you're a billionaire, right, or a CEO of a company, and you're a country club Republican, all you care about is less taxes, and you don't care about people getting murdered by guns. You don't care about women being murdered by pro-death Republican healthcare policies, right? All you care about is less taxes, right? That's the bribe you're taking, right? Maybe you're running a company that wants to profit off just killing people, right? Like 3M or DuPont. So then that's what bribes you into, right? The only reason to be a Republican is because you're stupid or you're taking a bribe with one of those issues. And all of them are wrong, unjust, incorrect, a lie. Let me just make sure this is still working. I should have this on. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, it's still working. I need to put this on the TV. Shit, I can see myself. So yeah, this will be fun to see how stupid Trump is in these debates and watch him just freak out when he can't control it with all his, bipolar shit. What I love about Trump, one thing I love about Trump is when he says a big word and he's just like, you can see him, it's like if his mom was there, he'd be like, Mommy, did you hear that? I said a big word, right? But he's like, he hears himself say a big word and he's like, he says, that's right, I got that word right because it's so hard to say and understand. Like, he'll say a big word and then because he said it so well, correctly, that one big word, he'll repeat the same big word 2, 3, 4 times, right? Because he's so proud of himself for getting through all those multi-syllables, He's just literally this close to being just intellectually completely challenged. I mean, the old word for that was retard. Can't use that word anymore. You're not allowed to call Donald Trump a retard, right? You're not supposed to call him a fat pig, right? Not Chris Christie or Donald Trump. You're definitely not supposed to call Donald Trump a disgusting fat pig. Even if he is, right? You're not supposed to. You get in trouble for that. Why don't the other people just, clap back like that? That'd be so great. Oh, we need more of Jasmine Crockett. She's so good. Holy shit. Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Oh, have you seen the videos, the music videos to that? It's so good. It's so good. Anyway, Madonna's on tour. Madonna really should take my advice, right? That shitty, junky 80s look that Boy George and Cyndi Lauper and Madonna all had in the 80s. Don't look good in 2024 when you're 65 years old. Jesus Christ. That poor lady, she's probably in some expensive outfit, some expensive clothing. That's just like garbage from the 80s. Like, shit. Put on a beautiful dress, Madonna. Just put on a beautiful outfit. A normal clothing. A normal, beautiful outfit. And you look like a beautiful woman. Right? At your age. You'll look beautiful. But no. She's wearing this fucking shit some fucking rebellious 14-year-old wore in 1985. For reals. It's just unbelievable. I'm surprised she doesn't have leg warmers on too. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if you've seen it. Madonna on tour in her 60s. Woo! It's a bad look. I'm just saying it's a bad look. And how about this? I love all the examples of the shitty people. Almost always. 98% of the time they're these fucking piece of shit Republicans, right? What was it? Mary Morrissey, Vermont Republican, every day pouring water into a Democrat's bag, right? What a piece of shit. But that's your all. You know who votes twice? You know who violates election laws? You know who violates election integrity? Very few people, but when it is done, it's always done by a piece of shit Republican. And then they blame everyone else for doing it. The only people doing it are them. And basically no one's doing it, right? Anytime you hear election integrity, that is once again a lie, a Republican lie. Everything's a lie. Women get abortions. They don't want to get abortions for 9 months. That's a lie. It's Saturday, so Republican is lying today. That's what we know to be true every day. It's unbelievable, truly. So sad. And then I love how these fucking cowards, Republican cowards, are threatening all of our country with violence. They're going to go out in the streets with their guns and take charge of their neighborhood and decide who's good and who's bad. Is that what you Republicans are threatening us with? Widespread violence with all your stupid fucking guns. That really plays out well on women's brains, right? Who are not caught up with all that stupid fucking might makes right. No, that don't might don't make right. But that's what Republicans, that's what fucking religious people always wanted the fucking world to think of. What's weird is how the 20% of the people are one religion, 20% of the people are another, 20% are another, 20% are another, and 25%, which is 105%, got no religion at all, and everyone thinks they're right. So who's right? Is there right and wrong? Anyway, cheers to you. I am hungry, and I'm gonna cook something over here. And it's gonna be fun. So we're gonna do a cooking video right after this, and then I'm gonna take the camera. Is it still charging? Yep. I'll put it outside, and you can watch this beautiful day if you want to. In case you're at home and you take some psychedelic drugs and you forget to leave your house and get into nature, you can just turn the TV on and watch the ocean in Hawaii for as many hours as you need to. My channel is a safe place for psychedelic drug users. Which is not immoral to do, and it's becoming legal and acceptable, and it's being sold in stores. The world is changing rapidly. It's being studied. New study at UC Berkeley of magic mushrooms. A new big study being commissioned. We really don't know a lot about all the healthy benefits from magic mushrooms, but apparently they're starting to realize that all those people taking magic mushrooms were smart, had something going for them, were doing something that made sense. Isn't that interesting? You were warned, don't do this drug, that drug, all drugs are bad. No, all drugs aren't bad. You can make exceptions for some mushrooms and marijuana. Okay. And a drug, I would argue a drug disease ain't bad either. Those are the only good drugs, or helps you manage a disease, you know. Yeah. So shit. And again, the world is just, all these things are going on all over the place. Right-wing, religious, mental patients are doing their best to get into positions of power and obfuscate the truth, but we got to start caring about our environment, and we got to know what's coming and see it coming and anticipate it, and no one is, and that's what doesn't make any sense. We know we have impending challenges. One of them is An ice cube the size of Texas is going to break off, plop into the ocean. It's gonna be like driving a VW into a swimming pool and displacing the water. Okay, and the ocean's gonna rise 2, 3, 4 feet in one day. Imagine your highest tide, your king tide anywhere, but let's say Florida, where half of Miami gets submerged underwater on a king tide already. Okay, so imagine that high tide that submerges half of Miami and then raise it up 2, 3, 4 feet from that. Like, how much of Florida will stop existing when the Thwaites ice shelf breaks? When it breaks, not if. And when it breaks, it's probably coming pretty soon because the Earth just keeps getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and things get accelerated. They were saying, 5 years, like 4 years ago, 3. They're saying maybe 2 to 3. It's coming. It could be in the next 12 months, 24 months. But again, it'll be another, it's something we talked about on this channel, and then it happened. I'm no clairvoyant. I'm just somebody that sees the obvious tea leaves. They're right there. That shelf's going to break off, thanks to science, right? And that's the other great thing about the ignorance in religion, how they're afraid of science. It's amazing. It's amazing. God. I'm still waiting for one religion or another to show that they have one redeeming quality. One. Is there a redeeming quality in any religion? There's nothing wrong with having spirituality and believing in God. I think that makes sense. If it makes sense to you, then it makes sense. But, oh my God, stop giving any of your money to any religious organization and start saving it for your kids or your grandkids' college education or your retirement, and start putting it in the stock market with good dividends. And take 40 grand and turn it into, imagine 40 grand in 30 years, $2.5 million. You can double your money every 5 years systematically by investing in great dividend payers. 30 years, $40,000, $2.5 million. And that's how people get rich in America. Sometimes they get lucky too. There's other ways, but that is the systematic way to do it. That's, it's what most of the most famous, Warren Buffett, this is what all the really smart old investor guys will agree with. So I grew up a Republican. And then I grew up to witness all of them liars, right? Small government, Reagan, small, and then, let's spend 8 times more than the next country in the world on the military, which we still do to this day. That's big government. Big military is big government. God. Anyway. Republicans never do what they say. They overspend right now we gotta be fiscally responsible. They've never been fiscally responsible, not in my entire life, right? Reagan, deficit spent. Bush, deficit spent heavily. Clinton, the only Democrat, the only administration in the last 55 years that balanced the budget was a Democrat. A Democrat had a surplus budget. Unbelievable. So that's the truth. If I could tell you that the truth was that Republicans have been balancing budgets and been conservative with the money, and that's why that word doesn't work. It's a lie. It's a projection. It's a lie. They're not conservative. They're not conservative with money. They blow out the freaking budget because they don't want to tax anybody and they want to spend unlimited. But only on the racist shit they want to spend it on. Unbelievable. Traitors. Republicans are traitors. They're not even fucking Americans. They're fucking anti-American. They're not Christians. They're Luciferians. They're not fucking nationalists. They're anti-nationalists, right? They're just heaps of piling shit. And they have these, what's amazing are these people that try to act smart. Benny Johnson, the quartering, cracker guy. Holy shit. It's just amazing watching these poor people embarrass themselves every day in public. Anyway, I'm taking a road trip, and if there is a fucking Trump event anywhere along the way, I don't want to go there. I want to see what these zoo animals are like in person, you know? Like Harrison Butker. Hey, isn't it great? There's the Hitler mustache, and the second best to the Hitler mustache is the insurrectionist beard, right? You see someone with an insurrectionist beard, you're thinking 60-40 chances that guy is a traitor. The Harrison Butker, you know, the Harrison Butker insurrectionist, seditious traitor beard. And boy, why didn't anybody tell Harrison Butker just to shut up and kick, right? These Republicans want to tell LeBron James, shut up and dribble. Yeah, time for a clapback. Hey, Harrison Butker, why don't you just shut up and kick? You're not qualified to have a fucking opinion. You're just a stupid athlete. It's so satisfying. See, that's what it sounds like when you say the same shit in return. Oh. All right. Well, so I'm thinking. So for this road trip, I'm gonna try to do a couple open mic comedy nights. I think I might do them live. I think I might do all my videos live because I'm kind of its own interesting thing. Like, where's Waldo? Where's Craig? Because if I'm live, well, you know where I'm at, right? I'm at this rest stop right now. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna drive for 3 days in one direction across the United States. Maybe up to Malta, Montana if I have more time. Keep going. I'd like to possibly get to, if I can really get that far in that amount of time. The reason being, I gotta have more than that amount of time to get back in order to fly back here, make my flight. So if I can give myself 3 days of pushing myself east, then I should have, it should comfortably, I get back in 5 days, right? And enjoy a little bit of it. But see a lot, right? And what I want to see, if I get up to Malta, Montana, then I'm up on that high plain. There's a couple parts of our country you'll never see, because they'll never be between two places that you might also be going, right? Like Maine, Key West, Seattle, and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, right? Which is arguably probably one of the most beautiful places no one ever sees. So my dream is maybe get across to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. By the way, Michigan is Colorado of the Midwest. All the legal marijuana dispensaries on the East Coast, well, on the northern states, the South are stupid. It's expensive, right? It's $50 an eighth in Maine or in New York or New Jersey or Connecticut or Massachusetts or Vermont, New Hampshire, one of those. I think it might still be illegal in one of those states, but for the most part, it's $50-$60 an eighth. Whereas it might be $10 an eighth or whatever in Michigan. Michigan is apparently really affordable weed. I imagine people from the entire area go there to get weed and come back to their state. Just like around surrounding Colorado, the same thing. Because in Colorado, it's really affordable. And now, now it's super affordable in Oregon and parts of California, and I don't know what Washington's like, but anyway, I would love to see the Upper Peninsula, and then drive down through Michigan, and then come around beneath it, avoiding hopefully the shitty roads of Indiana, which force you to pay tolls. They don't give you any option, right? 80 and 90. Transcontinental highways converge right at Indiana, and Indiana doesn't give you a chance to not pay. Same with Ohio. They just rip you off. These two red states just go. So beware of that. And avoid 80, 90. Go down to Highway 30 and pay no tolls. There's an old highway there with old rest stops. That's the way to get through those states and avoid those shitty Republican taxes. Taxing you to drive down the road. There's no worse fucking crime. You know what's anti-freedom? You know what's anti-freedom? Toll roads are anti-freedom. If you're a freedom-loving American, you should want to get rid of all toll roads. And as a politician, same thing. But, oh, there's just so much money in it, right? Anyway, that's, if your state sucks so much that people don't want to stop there and vacation there, that's what you do. You just force everyone driving through it to pay you money for being there. They do the same thing in Iowa, except in Iowa, if you're savvy, you see that the 4 lanes for the express freeway over to the left, and on the right, I-80, there's 2 free lanes. 1 free lane on the far right. And you gotta find it, you gotta know about it, and you gotta go to it. And then that road, it runs right parallel with the toll road, where they baited you and then switched you out for toll. On both ends of Iowa, they fuck you if you're not watching for it. In New York, all the toll roads say, this is your last exit before the toll. If you don't want to pay a toll, take this exit. This is your exit to pay no toll. Last exit. Isn't that courteous? Yeah, that's nice. Other states don't do that quite often. So, yeah. If I ever become senator, governor, president, king, I will do everything I can to eliminate toll roads from one side of the country to the other. They are, in my humble opinion, completely un-American. They are the antithesis of freedom. Charging people just to drive down the road. It's a crime. So yeah, and the theme is going to be swim across America, or swim everywhere I can. I'm going to start in San Francisco. I'm going to try to swim in that frigid Bay water at the Maritime Museum at the end of Fisherman's Wharf, where there are 2 swim clubs that swim right there. But it's free, open, public space, so I can swim there too. But it's just a place where people swim laps every day. Never heard of a shark attack there, you know what I mean? So it's a place in the ocean that's like gonna be 55 degrees. I mean, I can't even, I don't know if I can even do it, but I'm gonna try. And then I might try to swim in Donner Lake, which is also freaking 60 degrees or less. And Lake Tahoe, same thing. And then keep going. There's a lake, Truckee River feeds into a lake I've never been to, but I'd like to swim in that lake. It might be called Pyramid Lake. But anyway, and so on. If I go up to Malta and then across to Michigan, you know, inevitably I assume I'll be going up through Glacier National Park, which will have lakes and streams and natural bodies of water to swim in. I'll be looking for public pools to swim in, but that'll be the goal basically, because my body's going to be falling apart as I do all these miles, and so I'll try to swim across America and maybe go up, and then I can stop at my buddy's house in Boise on the way. Maybe I'll see my cousin in Missoula if I can. I can't take the Teton Pass. I've been over the Teton Pass twice on a bicycle. It is an 11.9% grade. It is impossible on a 100-pound bike to get over, but it just washed out completely, and it's, you know, the one way over that mountain range, right? Which is why it's called the Teton Pass. It's over a frickin', you know, mountain pass. But so I'm gonna have to come up either on the right side up through the valley, through Wyoming, or on the left side and go above Yellowstone and then jog over. I'm interested and tempted, but I'm not sure if I'll go through Yellowstone National Park. Be interesting to post videos of my grandpas from the Yellowstone in the 40s and 50s, and then show those same places. Be cool if I could find the place where they fed the bears. I haven't shown you that video yet, the bear feeding. I should do that. I'm gonna hook that up before I go on this trip. I'll try to get some of those videos up. Maybe I'll publish the bear feeding, which is just one of the craziest pieces of footage I have. Which, as they'll tell you now, oh, that brings out aggressive, violent behavior, and that's why we stopped doing that, 80 years ago. It's thought of as like really stupid now, but back then they did it, and I have it on film. It's crazy. Yeah, and maybe I'll make one new friend. There have been a few people that have really helped my recovery, my life, and while I haven't been spending it on things to replace the things that I lost, I have been spending the money you all have given me to live and to support my channel, like buying a camera or a phone or whatever, and the trips I took with my kids, and this trip I'm going to take to go get my birth certificate, amongst other things, and take this trip. But all of it, at this point, the money I got from unemployment and from FEMA, the 10 grand I got, that was spent a long time ago. I have been surviving, sustaining myself completely on money that came from you who support the channel. I'm not monetized. I have yet to figure that out. I mean, I have what it takes to monetize it, but they don't make it easy for you, and they have no customer service, right? If I call Geico Insurance, they have someone that'll give me customer service. They'll do everything for me on the phone. If I call United Airlines, they've got customer service. They'll help me do everything over the phone. If I call T-Mobile, they have a person on the phone. They'll help me do everything over the phone. If I call Charles Schwab, they'll help me do everything I need to do over the phone. YouTube has no phone number at all, and if you call them, if you get the one phone number they have, they'll put you on hold for 3 hours, and then they'll tell you after 3 hours they don't have any customer service. So funny you should have called when there's no help here, right? Whereas it would make sense, right? If I was running that company, I'd have people on the phone that had the ability to make things happen for people, right? Call customer service and we'll make things happen. That should be every company's fucking logo. Anyway, yeah, ain't got nothing there at YouTube. No customer service at all. So yeah, I should be able to call, and there should be somebody to be like, oh, gee whiz, Craig, you've long surpassed the 1,000 subscribers you need. With 5, you have 5 times more than the number of subscribers you need. And you need 4,000 hours. Let's see. Oh, you've got almost 100,000 hours. So, yeah, you got 20 times the amount of hours you need. So, geez, let's figure out what we need to do to get you monetized. What's your bank information so we can make deposits into your account? That'd be a good place to start. You know what I mean? Oh, you're gonna need to, I guess, set up an AdSense account. Let's help you set up an AdSense account. You know what I mean? Let's provide a little service, little customers. Yeah, that just doesn't exist. It's just like Microsoft and Google. They don't have any customers. So you can never call these people, get through to them, because their whole business model is figure out how to get people paying you every month for things, and then never allow them to cancel or quit or question anything or complain or anything. Anyway, so yeah, I just want to thank you all, because, but especially the few that have really been helpful. Like, the levels of help have fluctuated, but there's at this point really just one person that's been really supporting my channel. A few on top of that, here and there maybe. I mean, I don't even look to see if I got any donations, because it's so few and far between. But every once in a while I look and I see that I've gotten a donation from somebody that's you know, the only donation, and it's $2,000 or $1,500 or $1,000, or someone who, you know, $100 means a lot to, just send me $100. That stuff is still happening. It's crazy. It's hard to explain. Of course, I would be very sad to see that it was somebody's last $1,000 or $100. Like, the only thing I want for certain is that these people can afford it. But if you can't, I just want to say thanks, and I'm going to do my best and try to make you proud. And you know, would it be cool if, it's funny, when I rode a bicycle across the United States, people would take me into their home, and then I would call the local news, and then in some cases, the local news would come out and do a story about a guy riding his bicycle across the United States for a good cause on the driveway of these people, and then they'd feel so reinforced, so affirmed for the good deed that they're doing. Oh, we're bringing this person into our house, and now we're on the news, and he's on the news. And it was just a great payback to them, right? Because people took me in all the time, and then, you know, that'd be the story, and then they'd be remembered as the person who took in the person who was doing a good thing, and so on, right? And then, like in Destin, Florida, I wish I could remember the name of that family. But they took me in, and then next thing you know, the local news is doing a story on their driveway, and they're like patting themselves on the back. That's right, we took in that guy. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's nice. It's nice for someone to. So anyway, as it relates to this, wouldn't it be cool? I mean, now I want to. You know, wouldn't it be cool to become successful just so I can make the people who supported my channel feel really good about supporting my channel and knowing that they were part of that, and that you know, it might not have happened if it had not been for them, and hopefully they can enjoy, you know, sharing in my success, watching it, knowing that they're part of it, if I ever do have any success. But I do feel it's necessary, as even if it's just to a few hundred people. You know, I appreciate what Jesse Dollamore, Brian Tyler Cohen, Midas Touch, all these good, patriotic, smart people on YouTube who are fighting for truth, justice, the American way, you know, intelligent thought, kind and proper mannerisms, whatever. They're on the side of good in a world where there has now emerged the side of bad, evil, and it's all being brought to us by the people who call themselves religious. Religious people are now the worst people in the world. It's so weird. So my whole life up till now, and it's just confirmed everything, I wanted to find some value in some religion, any religion, one that made sense, one that I might find myself able to affiliate with. I mean, I've gone to church a shit ton of times, and every time I go there, maybe I'll go on Sunday, and I'll sit there and I'll say, okay, I hope I hear one thing out of this preacher's mouth that makes any sense. And usually not one fucking thing the guy says makes any sense. So I'm like, oh, okay, and then the motherfucker will put a fucking Republican on there and then tell the whole church, we need to vote for Republicans. And then I'm like, oh, this is polluted and sick, and more of a mental institution than a church, and so on. So yeah, you Republicans have destroyed religion here, there, and everywhere, all of them. Because if you were aspiring to Christianity, well, and then that's been proven to be a pile of shit, well, then all the rest of them are definitely a pile of shit too. Although it seems like there's some normal Jews, right? Not the Orthodox, batshit crazy motherfuckers, but the normal Jews seem to, you know, they're the only, you know, the only religion that doesn't put its boot to the neck of a woman are normal Jews that I can see in the whole world. All right, Scientology's shitty. Mormon church, multiple wives. Catholic Church now famous for raping children, hundreds of thousands, millions of children for 1,000 or so years. All the Protestant churches known for the same thing, right? All the Orthodox versions, Muslims putting their boot to cover yourself up, ladies, because you know it's your fault that we have to rape you if you show us your skin. I mean, come on, it's just gnarly. And that would be interesting to go visit those Muslim towns in Michigan, right? Those are interesting. But yeah, we don't need any government offices run by any religious organizations ever, unless we want to corrupt them and make them fucked up. And my recommendation to you is, if you really want to make the world a better place, serve your community. Don't let your church keep you poor and make it so your kids can't go to college. Save your own money, invest in the stock market, earn 10 to 15% dividends, double your money every 5 years, and have plenty of money for your retirement and your kids' college education, and create some generational wealth. Don't let your religious organization steal your children's generational wealth. And furthermore, don't let piece of shit Republicans steal your money for political purposes that could have been generational wealth for your kids, college educations, right? How many Republicans have been fleeced by Donald Trump and all his shitty con men who steal from you every day, and then they get you looped into automatic payments, more of them, whether you authorized it or not. It's all to your demise, Republicans, and it's so sad because we know that's already happened. Many people have lost their life savings to scams from the traitor, the convicted 34-time traitor felon. Convicted traitor. All right. Well, thanks, you guys. That was a lot. I know. My God. I think that's most of it. Should we go into the kitchen? Let's go to the kitchen. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm getting old. But shit, yesterday I actually trained for the first time. Oh, back to so it takes 2 years to get your heart back perfect again, or not, whatever, not perfect, but as close to it as possible. Rigorous exercise, 2 years. So I'm going to go on a 2-year plan. I'm going to train for a year, roughly speaking, ish. Try to do a half Ironman triathlon somewhere. Pretty sure I can finish a half Ironman triathlon. And then at the end of year 2, I'll try to finish an Ironman, not expecting to. The main goal being get through the swim and the bike without getting kicked off because I'm too slow. Get to the run. That's all I really want to do in the Ironman. But it'll take 2 years of rigorous exercise in order to achieve conditioning that would allow me just to finish the bike in time, which is cool. It'll keep me focused. It'll give me 3 kinds of exercise. I'll be hiking instead of running. I'll be hiking and walking a lot, and then swimming, of course, which is fun. And then I'll have to start cycling, and or maybe working at the gym on bicycles there. Start going to the gym. I gotta lift weights. But anyway, yeah, it's almost impossible to really train unless I have a bicycle or I start getting on my feet. I just haven't been working. I'm so overweight. You know, hiking, running, it's just no fun. But that's why I'm really trying to focus on, although I realize I'm still eating probably too much cheese. I'd like to think I could work out so much I could still eat cheese. That's my big dream. Get my health dialed in perfectly as best I can while still eating cheese. That's the big dream. All right. So plug this thing. Let's show you the beautiful day outside. It's beautiful. So beautiful. But I need to eat. All right. Cherry Barberi. Well, no, I can use a different coffee cup, I guess. You say I gotta go and get my coffee cup. Oh. But yeah, thank you. I just looked at the phone because the screen is on the other side. I should have put it on the big screen over here. If I put it on these two screens, it shows 2 more viewers. And when you only have 7 viewers, 9 looks way more cool. Right? That's like 23% more viewership. It could just be my 2 TVs, which I'm not afraid to do. If you didn't know this, you can watch your own videos and give yourself your own views. Of my 1.1 million views, 40,000 of them are me watching my own videos. Right? If you're starting a YouTube channel out and you're frustrated by the fact that you only have 6 views and it stays 6 views and it never changes, well, just start watching your own videos. Next thing you know, you'll have 10, 20. First thing I did was go through every one of my videos and make sure it had 10 views. Then I went through and made sure every video had 30 views. Imagine that. Having 2 or 3 phones going, a tablet, hitting play, and then doing something else. That's why every video has at least 30 views, and now I'm trying to get them all up to, you know. And then after I got 30 on all of them, then I tried to go for 60. But then I decided at the bottom, I'll take my oldest videos, make sure they all have 100 views, and start working backwards. And then at the top, start working backwards to make sure everything has 100 views. And so if you go back chronologically from the beginning or from the bottom, you will see a point at which you see the first video that's under 100 views. And you'll notice everything above it or everything below it has at least 100 views. That's because of me watching my own videos. But it all goes back to what the Beast said. The prophetic words of the Beast, who has the most viewers in the universe. He said, you gotta obsess about your channel. You gotta be obsessed with it. It's the only way to succeed. Anyway, so, yeah, it's interesting. There's all those other interesting ways. Oh, so excited. I forgot to tell you this. I should have started the whole video off with this, because this is so exciting. This is big news. Are you ready for big news? Pardon me, I'm spilling while I'm talking. All right, this is big news. So, I signed up for classes, right? And I had to declare like a major. And there's like all these little 2-year majors now at our community college, which is so weird, right? They didn't have that one. I'd never seen, I understood, there was always like, you know, get a 2-year degree in nursing or to become a cop or to become a fireman, right? Those were their programs I've seen before, but I'm talking like, you know, a 2-year degree in accounting or a 2-year degree in this case, creative media. And then there's specialties like graphic design was one specialty, film was another specialty within, if I wanted to specialize. But I was like, well, I don't know. Let's just go with creative media. Generally, I can just do that. Okay, so I just signed up and I declared my little new major as creative media. In other words, I'm going to be so cool, okay? I'm going to start taking classes on how to make social media, but I already got a channel, right? I'm going to be doing what I love. I'm going to be loving what I'm doing. I'm going to be learning stuff about what I'm already doing. And eventually, and thank you for your patience, I'll be able to create more valuable content that's more appeasing to the eyes to watch, and that has more bells and whistles, and more graphics, editing. I'll assume I'm going to learn to edit, and all sorts of other stuff. But there's animation, there's graphic design, there's film specialties of creative media. Anyway, I think I have enough money, and I'm probably going to be able to survive financially without having to spend much of my mom's money, because I just get a little bit of money from my mom, not much, but it's half of what I thought I was going to get, because she left no will that anyone could find. But still, anyway, it's all a positive. And once I'm enrolled, which I should complete the enrollment process next week. As soon as you enroll, you can apply for financial aid. So that's an interesting caveat I didn't think about. Maybe I'll get some financial aid, but I'm confident that I can get through this semester, get through to January, surviving, right? Before I absolutely have to go to work, and although I may start working before that, I could start driving Uber. I could start trying to get jobs at hotels and restaurants, which casual jobs at hotels would be smart and make sense for me to do that. But of course, I still can't get anything until I get my damn birth certificate. So I'm going to do that next week, and that will open up the possibility for that. But the vision now might be continue to not work, basically. Enjoy this place that costs nothing, and go to school and have one semester where I learn a few good things and continue to work on this thing, and then start making more money. If I can't, maybe doing comedy shows will start paying off too. That's another caveat. But I can just, in a rudimentary, systematic way, come next December when I'm getting to my finals, and that's when we go from slow season to busy season, when everyone's hiring, get full up on work then, and then that will help my future, which is going to be uncertain after February. I was thinking, if let's say I had a huge audience and I could motivate people to write letters, I'd love to get my community and other communities to write letters to Joe Biden, just asking them to extend our housing support past February, which I think they almost have to do. But I assumed that they would keep unemployment going more than 6 months, and they didn't. So this might be a stupid assumption, but I'm assuming that they have to keep it going past February, and they will, because if they don't, we're going to have whatever, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 people suddenly evicted, on the streets, homeless, all at once, which I would imagine would be a little crazy. Pandemonium. I mean, there'd be just homeless people everywhere, and I would be one of them. I'd be living out of my car. So anyway, but shoots, what if I get a Netflix special between now and then, and it pays so much I just buy a house for cash, and then have some of you guys come visit me. Oh, that'd be great. And provide a home for my son for the rest of his life, and my daughter if she ever needs it. And yeah, I actually, even if I could afford it all on my own, I want to share a home here with some friends, so that we collectively have this great house that we live in, or I live in, until we die, and then we pass it on to our kids, and they pass it on to their kids. And if we write a diary and we leave it there, it'll be there for the next 200 years, I'd like to see our country be a place where, like in England, families keep properties for 100, 200, 500 years, same family, same house. We need to figure out ways to incentivize that, and I've got ideas, because I think about all these things. How do we make our country a better place? And that's one of them. Create continuity on a piece of land over generations. Make generational wealth being not just money, but also continuity with the past, right? Which we love to forget about. Because if we can forget about the past, then we can stupidly repeat it, all of our mistakes, over and over, which is what you get when you say, hey, don't read that book. Let's not have any education. That's a fast track to repeating all your stupid mistakes. Just what the Republicans are doing. They're afraid of books. So they ain't going to learn about nothing. So they're going to do the same stupid things people done in history over and over and over because they didn't want to be educated, you know? I'll tell you what. A lot of clouds out there. All right, so I'm leaving in less than a week, and I need to not leave things behind, right? I need to cook everything I got that would go bad. So, and I got some goodies. I got some broccoli sprouts. As far as I can tell, this is the best source on earth for one of the best ingredients on earth, sulforaphane, which is found in cruciferous vegetables, but apparently elevated levels in broccoli sprouts. Hella cool. Hella cool. All right, got a little spinach, artichoke, and Parmesan dip. Got to use that up. Ooh, I just bought some oyster mushrooms. These are beautiful. Got to get some mushrooms into this because, you know what I just learned about? I just learned about cordyceps mushrooms. I'm always learning new things. I can't believe I didn't know about those because it's the kind of thing I would want to know about, right? And I got some, what are these mushrooms? The brown one, the criminy. Whole criminy. That'd be a good mushroom for Trump to eat. Criminy mushrooms for the criminal. All right. What else? Use up that garlic, and maybe we'll use a little butter here. And what else? Got a little smoked salmon. Got a little hummus. Oh, yeah, I bought some steak. Maybe we'll put that in there. Get some eggs going. Definitely can use some eggs. Man, can you? Oh, let's get some of these. Cruciferous vegetables, fake rice. What a cool thing. Coolest thing ever. This cauliflower is pretty boring. But man, that just makes it exciting right there, tell you what. Alright. Oh, seaweed. Got some seaweed. Alright. Little poi. Maybe some goat cheese. All right. I think that's all my potential ingredients and all my perishable ingredients. Let's test the water real quick. See how many parts per million. So here's the problem with PFAS chemicals, right? Which is finally in the news. President Biden. Oh, that's another thing. It's like been talking about PFAS. Goes, finally we hear something from Biden. That was really good. Of course, we should have heard something from politicians 30 years ago, 25 years ago. Finally, thank God for Biden. There's some added, there's some new clean water requirements requiring standards for what's safe and what isn't for PFAS chemicals, which we should just stop making right now. It was a nice start to bringing awareness to the problem, but we need to do a lot more, and we need to do a lot more right away. And well, we have a corrupt Supreme Court that's going to always vote to kill children with guns, to kill women with abortion, and to kill people with the environment, because they're bribed by all the special interest people, unfortunately. Our horrible Supreme Court. 230, that's good. Consistently getting better. Right after the fire, it was 500 parts per million, and 450, and then 380, and then 280, and now 230. That's the best I've seen. So that's cool. All right. Well, let's get this purple Molokai sweet potato going first, because that needs a little time to soften up. And we know it's good for us. So darn beautiful. That's my favorite thing about this. Actually, I'm going to kind of skin that. Why not? So beautiful. There's special healthy things in all things that are purple. Did you know purple was the first form of money? The first money in the world was purple dye, the color of royalty. 6,000 years ago. Purple dye was as good as money if you wanted to buy something. All right. I should point this down here so you can see this beautiful food. I'll do that here soon. You've seen enough of my face. Probably heard enough of my voice too. I love these negative people though. My ex-wife, my brother. You're not funny, Craig. And I love the people who can't understand the beauty of the business plan. My God. I've been studying business models and plans my whole life, watching Wall Street. I've wanted to be in business since I was 16. I wanted to start opening restaurants when I was 16. Everyone in my family, anyone who ever could have helped me, has always said the same thing in response, right? Because I have a family that doesn't take risks. They're a bunch of sissies. They never took a risk. No one's ever started a business. Anyway, all anyone ever said to me, my dad, everyone, 50% of all restaurants go out of business in the first 12 months. So that's a really risky. That's not, you know what I mean? Instead of like, my God, my son said 4 years ago when he was 16 or 5 years ago, I want to own a restaurant. I want to open a restaurant. I got ideas. I got a whole menu planned out. Right? Like that's where I was when I was 16. I had the kitchen designed. Right? Anyway, I've never known anybody who was like, hey man, let's go into business. You got any ideas or you want to do, I just, no family member, no friend. I've got friends with shit tons of money. And I would never ask them, but anyway, my whole life. Since then, I've been just thinking of good business ideas since my first ones that I wished I could have made. And now I finally find one, right? An alcohol-free comedy club where what I'm selling Cost me nothing, okay? The interior of the place is supposed to look like shit. In other words, I don't have to spend any money. I can open up and just leave it alone. Not dress it up. Decorate my place, not at all. Right? I could go no electronic forms of payment. So cash only, because I'm a rebel. That might be something I use. That cash only could be my t-shirt brand. Anyway, so no opening costs at all. Chairs cost $16 at Lowe's or Home Depot. I can get chairs for $16. So 50 chairs is $160 times 5, right? Not very much money. 50 chairs, what's that? 10 chairs, 160. 20 chairs would be 320. 640 would be 40 chairs. So 740. So yeah, under $800. And I got all the chairs. That's the only furniture I need. I get a pallet to stand on. And a freaking cheap karaoke freaking mic. Right? That'd probably be all I need. So, imagine you want to open a business and it's going to cost you rent. That's it. That's what my business is going to cost to open the doors. And I live somewhere where there's no comedy. And where enormous piles of millions of dollars are spent on activities. And this would be the only, and then also, I know 2,000 people, so I'll talk to 200 people and get them to come. Locals will come, and then 7 days before my shows, I'll go hit up every place I can where there's tourists and just sell the shit out of it. I mean, it's so easy to sell comedy. And anyway, and then I got one, but I think I'll have 2 musical performers. So I'll advertise it. Hey, even if I suck, there'll be some music after I'm done. So a great value for the person coming to be entertained. You know, I'll try like hell to make them laugh, and then we'll give them a couple musical acts, and all for shit at $20. I mean, yeah. And all I gotta do is we'll start out at $20, and then if I can get to like $30, $35, which isn't asking that much in today's world for a ticket to a show, that'll be a living. If I could charge $30, $35 a ticket, general admission, that'd be me making $120 grand a year, working 3 hours a month, 1 show a month. Can already visualize that becoming my goal. After this first show, I'm gonna be like, oh, we gotta do another one. So, but anyway, I'm gonna learn a lot by doing this first show, and maybe no one will show. Maybe everyone that shows will boo me and walk out of there, or maybe not. Anyway, I'm not afraid to try. So, and that is what stops so many good ideas from ever happening, not being afraid to try. And so anyway, and then of course, one would feed the other. The other thing is, it speaks to my goal is, if I could open a comedy club tomorrow, my goal would be to have 5 to 10 be working on, a different hour of material on a different subject, 10 different ones, so that should I have the opportunity to sell myself to someone, some cable or whatever, Netflix or Hulu or anyone that'll pay a comedian to do a show, I'll have more than 1 show ready to go that I've been practicing and working on and getting my timing right. And if I'm doing that, every day, it's the perfect way to prepare myself for opportunity in the future. But anyway, so after that first one, which would be called the Poor Man's Comedy Special, $20 general admission. Then the second one I'm going to call Bradley's Going Bananas, which will be the name of my comedy club. And then after that, I've got some ideas for the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. And then I'm going to start grouping together. The first one's going to be all my local jokes, all my fire material. A lot of the material I've already done. I've done about hour and a half of different material in 5 and 10 minute bits in 15 different little open mic nights, which, you know, are all different. And all I've ever done almost is just do material one time, just so I could get it on tape, just in case someone's like, no, that you stole my joke. I'll be like, well, I've been telling it since the year 2021, right? Like, what happened to me after the first time I ever did open mic, I went on a Tuesday, and I told my true story about realizing after my credit fell apart, thanks to my ex-wife, and then my credit fell apart again, even worse, during the pandemic. And anyway, long story short, what you realize when you let go of good credit, which I had the best. The funny thing is, you're the same person. When you had good credit and bad credit, you're no better or worse credit risk. You just, anyway. So the bottom line is, if you lose your credit, if you have bad credit, no one is going to want to, steal your identity, right? Imagine them trying to steal your identity, and then, because what they typically do is try to get credit in your name, get a loan, get a credit card, and then run that up. Well, if you don't have good credit, no one wants your identity. You want to have a bad credit if you want to be protected from being impersonated, because no one wants to take on the identity of a person with terrible credit, where everything they apply for, they get denied for. So that's the beauty. If you don't realize that there's a silver lining in everything, there's definitely a silver lining in having bad credit. Ain't nobody want to be me. I'd like to see the people who steal identities and steal money electronically just strung up on a flagpole, man. I mean, just given the worst punishments we can think of, or as bad a punishment that would be without cruel and unusual punishment. Because these, and it's so stupid, they sit there, it's the same as a job. They sit there working away on a keyboard or whatever. Oh, why waste your time and energy committing crimes when you can just get a job? And if you're a person who's going to commit a sex crime, don't get a job, work hard, save your money, go to the state of Nevada, where prostitution is legal and safe. You can pay a woman, she'll have sex with you, and then you'll feel normal, okay? But my God, yeah, and what's crazy is when the rich guys resort to rape when they could just go to the Mustang Ranch. Bill Cosby could have gone to the Mustang Ranch, had sex with all kinds of women, Harvey Weinstein, with the money he's got, he could have just spent every weekend at the Mustang Ranch and had a different woman every 2 hours if that was what he wanted. Oh, but no, he prefers a concrete slab and a cot and to die in prison. Man, again, we have a lot of luxuries. Why would you give those up? All so that you can do harm to some woman. I mean, it just makes no sense. And I gotta believe it's gotta be pretty fucking embarrassing, right? If you look for no other reason to not do harm, any reason's a good reason to not do harm or crime. And if reminding you that it's gonna be really fucking embarrassing helps you not want to do harm or crime, then it's worth reminding you. Look at our disgraced, what is he, number 45? I hate saying that piece of shit's name, because that's all he wants is just people to know who he is. He could have lived never being held accountable. But no, he had to run for president. His ego He had to try to destroy everyone's life and happiness. Well, the funniest thing is these dipshit fucking blue collar people. When Ted Cruz the other day was, "We're the people of waiters and waitresses." No, you're not. "We're the people of construction workers." No, you're not. Republicans have done everything to shit on the American worker. God. And all the fucking abuse. Fucking Nancy Reagan. "Hey, we need to piss test busboys." No, look, if you want to piss test someone for drugs, like a surgeon or a pilot, I don't think you should test them for marijuana, but all the other drugs, fine. Although, fine, marijuana too. But when you're testing a busboy for marijuana use and firing that guy because he or won't hire someone because they got weed in their system, I mean, yeah, thanks, Nancy Reagan. And if you like marijuana, you know, it's the Republicans who've been fighting against it on behalf of Budweiser for the last 50 years. And now Republicans want to make money on weed. As soon as it becomes legal, they jump ship. But my God, I got to imagine that there's a lot of Republicans out there that smoke weed. Do they realize that the enemy of legal weed has been the Republican Party? With all their lies, all their religious psychopaths that lie about everything. The interesting thing is, my family were famous Republicans. My great-grandfather was a famous Republican, but you got to, I look back, take it in context, you know, the Lincoln Republicans were, that's when Republicans were abolitionists. They were against slavery. So I'm proud that my great-grandfather was a Lincoln Republican, and that's when Democrats were the Ku Klux Klan. The Klan, the Nazis were the Democrats in the 20s, right? So it makes sense. I'm proud that my great-grandfather was not associated with the racist Democrats, right? But then eventually, the racists became the Republicans. And what used to be all Democrats in the Ku Klux Klan is now 100% Republicans in the Ku Klux Klan. So I'm not ashamed of my great-grandfather and my family coming from this Republican roots set of beliefs, because at least they were on the side of, you know, the abolitionists. But now Republicans are the ones in favor of slavery. And women are getting closer and closer to the point where they're becoming slaves. I think that'll be their target for slaves, right? At what point will women lose their right to vote and become that which we sell? You know, buy and sell women. Because that's what Republicans want to do, right? The Handmaid's Tale is the Republican dream. Amy Coney Barrett called herself a handmaid in her extreme Orthodox Catholic organization. Bunch of psychopaths that do everything that the men tell them to do. It is all about patriarchy. And yeah, that's what the Republicans want to do, man. They're taking away women's right to contraception, so they're going to force you women to get pregnant. And then they're going to they've taken away your right for reproductive health care, so they're going to force you to have the baby, even if it kills you. No big deal, huh? And then pretty soon, you know, because, you know, you women, you're not suitable for intelligent matters. Just wait till Republicans start trying to take away women's right to vote. That's coming. But don't worry, ladies, even if they take away your right to vote, you'll probably still be able to run for office. Just like all the felons in our country. I wonder how many felons are just being so inspired by our president. Like, oh man, when I get out of prison, I'm gonna run for office. There's nothing about my law breaking that precludes me from being able to run for office. Oh my God. And this, I haven't heard anybody mention that, but I guarantee you, someone's gonna realize, oh shit, Trump just made a whole bunch of felons realize something. Oh. Anyway. And Trump might go to jail because he's been such a coward, you know, using, weaponizing anyone and everything he can to try to go after people and threaten them with violence. Oh my God. It is, it's disturbing, right? How Republicans have become these traitors that threaten people. Cowards. Little fucking pussy man. I'm gonna threaten people. You know, oh, if Biden wins, man, you know, we're gonna do something. Yeah, fuck you, you fucking pussies. Jesus Christ. It's so sad seeing traitors calling themselves patriots. Anyway, it is frustrating. It's been frustrating for all of us. I love, how about that brave woman that lives across the street from Justice Alito that spoke up about what a fucking piece of shit Justice Alito and his piece of shit Nazi wife are. Holy shit. Yeah, there's more people making religion look like dog shit. Why would I want to associate with any of that kind of religious fucking bullshit? My God. Sick motherfuckers. Just pisses me off. All right, what do we need some olive oil. Get some extra virgin olive oil on that and get that sizzling and crackling. I got this purple. Got to show you the purple we got going here. All right. I suppose you've seen enough of my ugly face. Here, let's see here. Let's see here. How's that working? I'm gonna move some things. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. How's that? Booyah! Let's see here. All right, let's move this over here. And this, I have no idea where this is going. I mean, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Shazam. Pow. All right, now, smoke point with oils, right? You gotta know smoke point. And the smoke point is the point at which you burn the oil and then you make it toxic for you, so you don't want to do that. Which is just a good reason to, like, almost always cook on low heat, right? All right, so what we got here is our purple Molokai Okinawa sweet potato. And what else we want to get in there going? But that's pretty much it, the main thing. Because, you know. But let's throw in some oyster mushrooms. Tried to find some lion's mane mushrooms, but I couldn't. I guess the guy ordered them, but they didn't show up at the one store that has them on this island. Boy, there's a business plan for you. Just make lion's mane mushrooms, and if you can figure out how to cultivate cordyceps mushrooms, holy shit. It's all you'll ever have to do for a living. Alright. Can't say is as I don't usually cook often with oyster mushrooms, so it's kind of exciting. Alright. Oh, I got these two stray little, look at these going. A Mexican thing here, tomatillos. Got some tomatillos. I'll just cook those in there. Boom. I'd call that a Mexican ingredient, tomatillos. Boy, I wonder what the history of the tomatillo is. Was it a tomato that was then cultivated in a certain way? All I know is it makes one hell of a green salsa. I have this green salsa recipe. It's one of the things I claim to have is my own salsa recipes. Alright, that's fun. That's green color too. It's always fun to put green things in here. Good times. Alright. Oh, and let's put some turmeric in there because turmeric's good for us. Cleans the liver. It's good for everything. whatever your problem. You worried about this? Are you worried about that? Are you worried about the other thing? Well, this is good for all those things. Yes. Okay, and let's put this garlic in there. Let's put a little olive oil in there. Shake this thing up and get the last little bit of garlic out of it. Nothing goes to waste in the All Good Things kitchen. But yeah, so the lady I talked to at the theater today was like, you know, it's pretty big. It holds 400 people. And I was like, and I'm just like thinking, yeah, and I'm gonna sell that shit out, lady. It's gonna be a lot easier than you think it should be, because there's no comedy here, and I know hundreds and hundreds of people, and we got all these tourists. Like, if I don't feel like I've sold enough tickets, I just go hit the goddamn beach. Start, you know, talking to strangers. You want to go see a comedy show? Only comedy on Maui. Like, it's going to be hard to sell laughter to a tourist? I just don't think so. It's going to be a pretty easy sell. And I am the world's greatest salesman. The greatest salesman any of you will ever meet. If I'm selling something I believe in. It is the truth. Which is another reason I would be well suited for politics. All right. More mushrooms. Let's get that mycelium in there. We know we need a lot of mycelium. You know? One of the first things that caught my eye when I was in my first kitchen as a kid. Well, I only worked in one kitchen really. But seeing the chefs cutting mushrooms like this, you know, mindlessly, because they were prepping for they're prepping the line, you know, doing the last little things, cutting up the mushrooms for the pasta dishes, and got the velvet turtle. Old Velvet Turtle Restaurant, a corporate-owned chain of fine dining restaurants. A bold move. Well, you can't have too many mushrooms. You know what I'm saying? What is that? Is that? There's just some dirt on these things. I need to wash them one more time. All right. All right, we got a little sizzle, a little crackle. Good times. Good times. All right. Let's get that spatula. put some out here somewhere. I did. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, right here. Right in front of me. Let's put a little butter in there. A little bit of real fat. I love all the different attitudes and philosophies. There's the eat only meat. Eat real fat. Eat the fat from coconut. Eat the fat from an olive. Fake fat. Don't eat the fat. All the different ideas. All right. Let's put a little more butter in there. More butter? Yeah. That's a good time right there. Okay. All right. All right, now let's get some onion in there. Oh, I'm gonna put one more shake of this thing. A little hot water in there. Get all of the garlic out of there. Okay. We don't want to waste nothing here, you know? Nothing cool about being wasteful. Look at, I don't know what you can see, what you can't. But anyway, okay. Oh, more purple stuff. Purple foods, always extra good for us. Maybe leave some of these out. A few raw onions never hurt anybody. All right, good times. Good times. That's what's going on here. Now, let's put some seaweed in there. That sounds crazy. Absolutely. Oh, seaweed. Seaweed. Crazy. Who does that? But you know, seaweed's nutritious. You know, we're just looking for some nutrition. We don't want to have to take a multivitamin. That sure would be a waste of time. Much more fun to eat food than take a stupid vitamin or mineral supplement. Because, you know, pills are bad. Oh, but yeah, man, I was telling my son, do you realize these people that are all taking Ozempic, they're shooting up drugs. They are freaking shooting up. That's gross. Gross, you fucking intravenous drug users. Disgusting. Oh. And no offense, I'm sure some really nice people out there have been conned by the pharmaceutical industry into buying that shit. Meanwhile, it's only $1,500 here. It's only $60 in Canada for the same dose. Because our pharmaceutical industry is completely corrupt and dangerous. I met this one guy who wrote a book called Got Health. And he was funny. He was a doctor, you know, a butt doctor, as he called himself. He's like, you're not gonna believe it. I see nothing but assholes all day. He was funny. Anyway, is it a urologist? I think that's a urologist or it's not a proctor. Anyway, you know, one of those ologists, the butt doctor. I always liked that one. But that guy, he told me, he said, you know, I had 4 friends that all discovered, 4 friends, not 1, not 2, but 4 friends of his that found the cure for cancer, and 6 months later, they were dead. And he believed it was the pharmaceutical industry that was killing his friends, but you know, that's just one of the many interesting anecdotal things when you work in the service industry you hear from people. I had a guy once tell me, and he gave me this feeling like he was in the mafia, but I don't know. He told me that Michael Jordan's parents had been murdered, and anyway, by something related to the mob, maybe gambling. I don't know. It was just a crazy thing to hear from a stranger. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, like people tell people things that they don't know, things they wouldn't tell people that they do know, right? Like the dental hygienist sometimes hears things from people who would never tell this stuff to anyone else but their dental hygienist, or maybe their therapist, maybe their hairstylist, right? Or maybe their bartender, maybe their waiter. And so, you know, when you work with people, crazy things like that happen. Let's see what's going on here. Is it still going on? Cancel. Okay. Yeah, look at all those colors. I love how turmeric just stains everything. Gives everything a mustard stain. Let's see. There we go. That's probably better. Okay. Well, we got a whole bunch of really healthy things going here. I think them sweet potatoes have had enough time to soften up, hopefully, and become edible. Yeah. All right. What else? Oh, well, you know what? Let's make the veggie mix also our rice mix, and we're just going to put all this riced cauliflower in there and make it one thing. Although I could, you know, for fun, I could like make some rice on the side, put an egg in there, and try to make it like fried rice a little bit. And I might put an egg in there. In fact, let's do that. Let's do that right now. Let's cook an egg. Because you know, eggs are nutritious, and these are good liver. If you have a shitty liver, these are good for you. They work well. They're liver-friendly foods. Man, so can you believe? Thank you, Joe Biden. 60 eggs for $13 at Costco. 13 bucks, 5 dozen eggs. That means I could make a 2-egg omelet every day of the month. 32 egg omelets, 30 of them for $13. Breakfast all month long for $13. Thank you, Joe Biden. I'm sure Americans that complain about the high cost of things are doing smart things like buying 5 dozen eggs for $13 at Costco so they don't have to complain, because God, who wants to complain? By the way, no one wants to hear you complain, ever. Or me, probably. Unless you're complaining about, you know, the law-breaking traitors that are trying to overthrow the United States of America. That is going to stick to the pan, but that's all right. All right, good times. Let's just put it right in there with the eggs. We'll do eggs and cauliflower together. Sure, why not? Sure. Be like a cauliflower frittata down here on this end. All right. Like snow, cauliflower snow. Hey, that would work. You know, if this was frozen, you could throw this at a wedding. Then it'd be just cauliflower. Might smell a little gamey later, like rotting cauliflower, but good for the birds. All right. Are we there? Let's put some poi in there, you know? Let's just put some poi in there. How about some poi? Just a little wedge of some poi. That'll turn into mush, a gooey mush, kind of bind things together a little bit. All right, so now we got some taro in there. So many wonderful, nutritious ingredients. Yep. What a crazy mix. Looks like something that might be good enough. Burrito, yeah. Might be my favorite way to eat things, is wrapped up in a tortilla. And that's gonna be something I'm gonna need to figure out someday, is how to get the healthiest source of tortillas. Right? Maybe one that doesn't have bleached flour and gluten. That'd be a good step forward. All right, good times. Let's just let that cook a little. Okay, all right, let's put some things away. Try to keep up with that effort. One more thing. These are organic sweet potato fries. We got purple and orange sweet potatoes. And oh, so many wonderful things. Now I'm thinking in a burrito with a little cheese and some steak, or some salmon, some cheese. Boom. Good times. That is what's happening. So yeah, those are the bag of sweet potatoes from Costco. That is where you'll find though, like oils. I don't think it's the worst oils, but let's see, like this one here. This is what I'm starting. I got to notice on the lists. Yeah, organic sweet potatoes, organic high oleic sunflower oil. Maybe that means it's not as bad as other oils because it's high oleic. I don't really know what that means, but generally speaking, every time you see oils, it's bad. You don't want it. Unless it's coconut oil, avocado oil, or olive oil. As far as I can tell. So, man, I'm good. Like this bag of potato chips, man. I will not eat this bag. I just realized, like, bag of potato chips. Yeah, vegetable oil, which could be any of the following, which are corn oil, sunflower oil, cottonseed oil, canola oil, safflower oil. All bad. So, all right. Well, this is some pretty good rice and potatoes and a couple of eggs and mushrooms and garlic and onions, seaweed. My goodness, good times. Pretty sure there's some nutrition in here somewhere, you know? All right. Boy, that's pretty. All right. Let's get a tortilla out. Start making some magic. God, it was great seeing Jasmine Crockett on the Jimmy Kimmel Show, just making fun. America just laughing at Labia, what's her name? Majora, Trader Scream. Oh God. And she's the kind of person that's all she cares about. Is the superficial stuff. Oh my God. Well, let's do salmon. Let's finish off. I got some smoked salmon here. I'm gonna finish that off. Omega-3 rich smoked salmon. All right, I got this fancy goat cheese from Costco. Thank you for making goat cheese accessible. Okay. Alrighty. This is so fun. So fun, so fun. All right, let's see here. Yeah, put a little goat cheese on there. Because I'm on an add cheese diet. Gotta add cheese. Okay. So we got cheese down there. And then let's put some smoked salmon on there. Alright, got some smoked salmon on there. Put a little bit of this roasted red pepper hummus. Let's put some hummus on there. Good time. And I'm going to stick that in the microwave oven. Zap it. Warm up that tortilla, soften up that cheese. Oh, gee whiz. All right. Shazam. Look at that. So good. and so good for me. Because that's how we do it. That's how we do it here in the All Good Things kitchen. Where everything is so good and so good for you. Let's see, can you see? What can you see? Yes, you can. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Like this and like that. Ooh, barely gonna make it over. Oh, I have to eat that one over the sink. I had my son do that the other day. I made that big one I showed you guys, and I was like, no, you need to stand over the sink. There's your paper towels next to you. And yeah, if you ever have it, this is a business idea of mine. Was what if there was like a college town restaurant where all you sold was just super messy burritos and sandwiches, and instead of tables, there was just sinks and counters on the wall where you could eat over a sink and then clean up constantly. Of course, it probably wouldn't be very good for water usage, and the way water costs money these days, it'd probably be inefficient financially, but it would be what every college guy needs when they're eating something so messy, which is what this is. I just couldn't stop before I filled it up too much. It's always my problem. Always filling up burritos too much. Anyway, all right, we'll turn that heat off. And now look, I got an instant burrito mix to complement with, put that with steak or chicken or veggies only or whatever. Oh, and I forgot to put the broccoli sprouts into the burrito too still. Anyway, thanks for letting me cook for you this morning. I think that's a pretty healthy breakfast, my goodness. Gee whiz. Getting a lot of healthy things there. Which I am focused on because I am getting old, and a long time ago I decided I like to be alive, so I should do things that might stack the odds in my favor, helping me live long and capable. So I reckon this speaks to that, right? Oh, hey. Thanks for watching me make food. That was so exciting. So exciting. So I'm gonna take this outside where there's a gosh darn gorgeous day. Shit, it's 10 o'clock in the morning already. I've been doing this for so long already. Sorry for being so long-winded. That's why I need to do this like every single day so I have less to talk about. And I just do like a tight 15 minutes every morning, 4 a.m. Anyway, we'll see. That'd be good for me. Just because it would set me up to accomplish more things all day long. You know, when you start accomplishing one thing, you start accomplishing 2 things, 4 things, 8 things. But if you're accomplishing nothing, you're accomplishing nothing. And that's what I've been accomplishing a lot of lately is a lot of nothing. Although I have a lot of thoughts and I feel like, oh, I thought of a new joke. That's not really accomplishing anything. So, yeah. And it's weird because, you know, I talk about productive procrastination, right? Avoiding exercising by reading a book, or avoiding reading a book by exercising, or cleaning your house to avoid exercising, or exercising to avoid cleaning your house. You know what I mean? Do something, even if you're going to procrastinate one thing, try to do something positive while you're procrastinating. You know, accomplish a different thing while you're avoiding something else, if that's what you're doing, if you're, you know, and so, yeah, this is like another thing I can procrastinate with, right? I'd be like, oh, I gotta exercise. I need to make a video before I exercise, or I need to exercise before I make a video, and then it's just one more thing in the loop of things that I'm either getting done or avoiding getting done while I do something else. And I could argue that getting this done is still getting nothing done. But then again, it is. Anyway, yeah, all right. I think I've talked enough, if not too much. And I think this is a good time slot because it's at the beginning of the day. And if I have news, you know, I can get it out to you before everyone else comments on it, right? With all their monologue. jokes, you know, the Jimmy Kimmel monologue. He really is one of the only people on TV that's actually funny is Jimmy Kimmel. Or maybe it's his writers. But he just is a genuinely funny person. It makes this show good. Stephen Colbert is a little too full of himself. He's a little too over theatrical and goes off on his own weird tangents just constantly. And Seth Meyers is good, but he's not writing most of his jokes, and some of them are jokes you think some writer thinks is funny, but they're just not, and whatever, and they're too wordy sometimes. And then Jimmy Fallon, I mean, I don't even know. Every time I watch, he has no energy, and he's not really very funny ever. It's just all these stupid puns, like, anyway. But he's a talented guy, and he can be really funny. He would be well suited to still be on Saturday Night Live. Anyway. All right, yeah, I'm taking this outside. There's nothing else to do here, I don't think. All right, thanks for putting up with me, guys. Appreciate you all. Oh, and I learned if you play music live, even, you'll get copyrighted. That video got copyrighted, and that was just an experiment in a way to see if what if, you know, because in a live setting, I could imagine them getting a pass on copyright because it's live, but no. So anyway, put this out there. I need to make videos of these amazing public pools here. This 50-meter pool. This pool is so amazing. All right, I'll be ready. I gotta go down there and serve some tiny little laps. It's amazing. And I'm really barely even exercising, and I'm the only one that does that. This pool is so full of fat tourists that do nothing but sit around and drink. They'll swim like across the pool a couple times and think that they're exercising, and it's just not exercise. Anyway, yeah, buddies. All right, let me go get a power source to hook up to this thing. There goes the Terralani. A little snorkel trip. Yeah, there is a video out there on YouTube of these ladies from Oahu that went out to where all the tigers converge. Plus, in other places, they'll swim above a tiger shark, swim down on top of it, and then clamp a thing to its fin, like a camera. You know, not a man on the boat. These women were the bravest people I've ever seen, although we see a lot of brave women putting up with all these Republican traitors who threaten American women. You know you're a traitor if you're threatening American women, right? You know you're a traitor if you're passing laws that cause the death of American women. You know you're a traitor if you're passing laws promoting machine guns Anyway, these guys don't realize if you're doing things to harm the people in our country, whether you realize it or not, you're a traitor, you Republicans. So sad to see you guys fall so far from grace, although you never had any in the first place. Now, what's really cool about this time of day is this, the way the sun shines from behind us and then straight above us. So that when it's clear like this, like you can just see right through, right through that. And I'm gonna get down there, hopefully swim, snorkel, put a camera on my head. I need to do that. It's another thing I've been neglecting to do, and I've been basically procrastinating. All right. Love you guys. Nice talking to you. I'm gonna go do other stuff. All right. Oops. A little windy out here. Let's pull that back. Maybe that'll help. You go down there and go for a swim. Still some shade on that pool. All right, maybe. Stay going. All right. here. Okay. Close. Oh my goodness. It's windy out here. My goodness. Wow. People are still watching. Thank you. Amazing. I was asleep. Let's see here. Maybe I need to bring it down so it doesn't blow over. There we go, I think, huh? Whew, that's the problem with getting up too early. I just fall asleep. What a time. Oh my God, there's some people down in the pool doing nothing, so I will not be swimming laps. Let's get this out here. Like that. That's kind of nice. Oh my goodness, the wind out here. Oh, maybe that'll protect it a little. All right, interesting though. Another super long video. The perfect experience if you took mushrooms at home and you forgot to leave your house. Gee whiz. can be charging 2 while I'm using 1. Anyway, let's figure this out here. Anyway, I'm juggling 2 dead batteries. Oh, shoots. Juggling 2 dead batteries. All right. Just keeping this going all day if we can. Dead already? No. Let's see. Is that working? Ah, is it raining? It's raining. That's cool.